What's up, Met fans? Welcome back to Talking Mets here, Rob. And welcome once again to another Mets live stream. The luckiest team in baseball, according to the Brave fans, the Brave players, the Philly players, and the Phillies announcers, and the Braves announcers. Oh, yeah, I forgot about those guys, too. The same team that everybody says is lucky, lucky, lucky is still the same team that haven't lost a series against the NL East rival or NL East team this year. So, congratulations on your World Series last year. Strider, who has a big mount, who's done nothing, and Strider, who's a rookie, should actually shut his mouth. If it was from Swanson or another player who was actually on this team last year, maybe I'll give them a little bit more credit to speak up. But for a guy like Strider, who has won nothing in his career as a Major League Baseball player, and oh, by the way, Acuna, who has a big mouth as well, who doesn't really say much, but again, he's a great player, so I'm going to leave him alone. But the lucky Mets were in first place, 5.5 games, and I do appreciate supporting your team. That's one thing you know about me for sure, is that I don't care if you're not a Mets fan, as long as you support your team and don't run away when your team is losing, which, let's be honest, a lot of fans do. And that goes for Braves fans, definitely Philly fans, and definitely Dodger fans who didn't show up the last 2 games of the series when they faced the Mets. So, all I ask for any fan base, and I included Met fans, I don't like when Met fans run away from a situation when their team's losing, because I'm here every time when my team's losing, when my team's winning. That's it. That's it. If you're a Braves fan, stick around until the end. If your team is losing, take a beating. Because I can guarantee you, you guys are all going to show up if the Braves take the lead and the Mets are losing. Because it happens every stream. And that goes for Braves fans, Philly fans. Shoot, we even had National fans coming in when the Nationals won a game against the Mets. It's okay if you don't like the Mets. It's okay if you don't want to give credit to the Mets. But remember this. Last year is last year. It means absolutely nothing this year. Clearly. Because the Braves can't beat the Mets. Every time the Braves go into a series against the Mets, they are the best. They are one of the best teams in baseball. They're coming on a big winning streak. They're one of the hottest teams in baseball. They face the Mets. They can't beat them. Same goes for the Phillies. Same thing. Playing the best they have all year. They come into Citi Field, and look what happens. The same thing. We beat you in a blowout, and we beat you in low-scoring games. The same thing with the Braves. And nobody's saying the Braves aren't a good team. Of course they are. You got to be stupid not to think that. But guess what? We might actually have 3 teams making the playoffs in the NL East. How fun is that going to be? And I just love the fact that it's important for people who are not Mets fans, especially fans of the NL East, to get on Met fans like we are saying we won a World Series. No, we're allowed to be confident in our team. Again, we haven't lost to an NL East team series yet. I mean, it can happen this week. Of course it can. But let's be honest. This series is a hell of a lot more important to the Braves than it is the Mets. When was the last time we said that? Right? The Mets win 1 game. Well, guess what? You only gained 1 game in the standings. Right? Possibly 2. So it's not going to be the end of the world. Listen, the Braves have to sweep this series. There's no ifs or buts. You can't win 3 out of 4 because that really doesn't get you anywhere. You don't face the Mets again until the end of the year. So, and you face the Phillies enough times where you two are going to beat up on each other and going to hurt each other's chances of catching anybody, especially the Mets. So the Braves had 2 opportunities to get the job done in Atlanta and in Citi Field. Both times it was supposed to be the end of the Mets on top of the NL East. Both times it did not happen. Listen, the Braves embarrassed themselves. Like, you don't get brownie points for last year because it means nothing this year. What the hell does the World Series champs have to do with this year? Your best player wasn't even on your team in the playoffs last year. Strider, who has the biggest mouth of all of them, wasn't on the team last year. So before we continue to say the Mets are the luckiest team in baseball, I hope we get 6 blue hits in the first 2 innings. And we're going to call them lucky hits on this stream. I guarantee you that. And hopefully we get 3 or 4 runs, lucky runs, with that. With that said, guys, thank you guys for tuning in to Mets Pregame Live right here on the channel, Talking Mets here, Rob. Hopefully everybody is having a good, what's today, Monday, in this nice weather if you're in New York and hopefully around the country where you are. Once again, if you're a new subscriber, please say what's up in the chat and let me know where you are from. And I hope that you keep on coming back for more. Again, this is a Mets channel, but I love interactions with other fans. Just be a legit fan. Be a real fan. That goes for some Mets fans as well. Be confident in your team. Promote your team. Go all in for your team. But remember, understand that you can be confident in your team and give respect to the team you're facing as well. Port St. Lucie, it's raining. Well, that's Florida for you. And Texas Liberty, yes, from San Antonio. The nice little southern part of Texas. Like, I love it. All right, guys. So we're going to get started with saying what's up to everybody in the chat, as I usually do. Everybody gets a shout out. Just say what's up in the chat. Everybody gets a shout out on this channel. And yes, the news did come out about Luis Guillorme being out 3 to 4 weeks because of a groin injury. Most people thought it was a hamstring, but it's a groin. That is a big blow for us defensively, since he was platooning and playing a lot more, giving Escobar days off because he has been taking advantage of the opportunity that the Mets gave him. That's a big loss. The Mets brought up Morrow, who is a journeyman veteran. He's versatile. Everybody, even Mike Puma, Joe DeMayo, all saying that some people in the front office believe that Brett Beatty is ready to come up and is ready defensively and ready offensively. Unfortunately, that was taken down by Tim Healy, saying that Vientos and Beatty are not an option to come up after the IL stint for Luis Guillorme. That sucks, because I think everybody, I don't know if the reporters, some of the beat reporters just wanted to throw that out there to get people excited, or they had inside information. Now, granted, there could be there's no leaks in this Met front office anymore. So wherever they got their facts from or their information from was clearly wrong. And that's annoying because of the fact that I want to see Beatty up. I just had, if you guys tuned in yesterday, the Mets Talk Live with Anthony Rivera from Subway to Shade podcast, we talked about it a little bit, about Beatty, about Alvarez, about Vientos possibly coming up, or one of them coming up. And look, I still think Vientos is going to get jumped over every single time because he is not a good defensive infielder, third baseman, and he really doesn't have a position where you can say, all right, we know he's going to be good there. That's a problem. You can't bring him up and actually make him your platoon third baseman with Escobar, because what is the point if he's not going to be a good defensive third baseman? Now, he could come up and be great. We don't know. But Beatty is the full package. He got better the last couple of years defensively since he's been in the Mets farm system. He's been raking. He can actually play left field. If you saw that video on Twitter, gunning out a guy at home plate in Syracuse, well, he's got a great arm as well. He's a guy that I thought the Mets were like, all right, he is the most ready out of anybody in our top 5. That goes for Vientos. That goes for Alvarez. That goes for Mauricio. So Escobar is in the lineup today, so I'm predicting he's going to hit a home run today. I don't know why. I just feel like he's due. So, unfortunately, we lose a really good platoon at third base with Guillorme and Escobar. It's been working when they both been getting even playing time. Escobar's playing more with against lefties on the mound. Guillorme's playing with righties on the mound. It was a good platoon situation. Unfortunately, he got hurt. Can't do nothing about that, except Escobar's got to step up. It's just that simple. So, with that said, say what's up in the chat, guys. Don't forget to please hit on that like button. Goal is to get to 200 likes today. Let's hope we get that. And, of course, the goal, 100 likes before the 5th inning ends, and 150 is usually the goal when the stream ends, but I want to try to get to 200 today, so let's make that happen. So hit on that like button early. The more likes we get early on, the more people that are going to tune into the channel and to the stream and hang out with us. So with that said, let me say what's up to everybody in the chat. We got Ken. We got Joe and the lockout. Lane. We have Texas. We got Curveball. We got Andrew. We have Matt the card collector. We got David. We have Andy. We have Alien. We got, who else we got here? I just saw a couple other people really quick. Robert. We also have David. We also have Machete. What's up? Machete, represent them brave, them Mets fans in the South, baby. Let's go. Roberto, a member of Talking Mets at Rob. I think I said Andy already. Who else is here? Let's see. RM, what's up? The End Times. Love that title. That's actually a really nice profile picture. That's pretty cool. End Times. What else we got? We got a third right wing. How you doing? We got another Robert. We have Keith. Keith, what happened to your Yankees? You're just not as good as you thought you were in the first half. And everybody should have seen that coming, considering they're playing to the back of their baseball cards now. So I don't know why everybody's shocked about it. Tyone's not a good pitcher. He never was. He's just having a good first half. Same thing with Nestor Cortez. He's a guy who never pitched over 100 innings. That's the problem. You know, it's Aaron Judge or nothing with this team. You don't pitch to Aaron Judge, you're probably going to win. Why let Aaron Judge beat you when nobody else can do good at all? IKF finally got a home run. He actually had a great game. And, you know, honestly, he's been one of your most consistent hitters all year. Donaldson's a bum. Hicks is a bum. Stanton likes to be injured and doesn't want to come back. I mean, just go forward. Trevino's coming back to earth. Your bullpen's terrible. You know, Montaz pitched okay his last time out. And first start couldn't pitch. You have no rotation. I don't trust Cole. I don't think you guys should either. He's not really an ace. He just happens to be the ace because everybody else is not that good. So that's your problem with the Yankees. All the Yankees who played well in the first half are the same players who never had any success in their career, or at least a long-term success, and have injury history. What did you expect except playing to the back of their baseball cards? And let's be honest, this is the roster you've seen coming into the season, and nobody thought the Yankees would be any. They would make the playoffs, but wouldn't be any good. And let's be honest, it's now a month and a half since they actually played well. And that's more of enough games to see that this team is just not that good of a team. Now, they're going to make the playoffs because they built that big lead, which is lucky for them because they would be in trouble if they didn't have that big lead going to a Tampa, Toronto Mets coming up. And they got a tough week ahead, just like the Mets do. So, I don't know. The Yankees are in trouble. I tell you that. Machete, I will put it. It's on SNY today, so it's not as low as the Apple TV broadcast. So you should hear it nice and loud today. Christian, a member of Talking Mets and Rob. What's up, buddy? Sir, how you doing? D Garcia, how you doing, buddy? LIC in the house. Bay Area alien, yes, sir. Ryan, how you doing? Mr. X, what's up? Yeah, how do you feel about Bueller being done for the season now? I know you didn't have him all year, but that is a big blow. So how you doing, Mr. X? Jesse. Well, Jesse, I agree with that when it comes to the prospects. I think the Mets are a little gun-shy bringing up their prospects. And not saying the Mets need the spark, but it never hurts to get a little bit more offense in this team. Like, Beatty will bring some power, more power in this lineup. And I think he would be a little bit more of a spark, just like Grissom was and Harris. You know, the Braves' success is bringing up these guys when they believe they're ready. And even if they don't think they're ready, they still bring them up to see what they have and provide a spark. You know, you've seen it with Acuna, you've seen it with Albie, you've seen it with Swanson, you've seen it with Riley. Even when Riley wasn't even ready, they brought him up because they saw potential in him. And the Mets just don't do that. And you know what? You can't say it's the Braves aren't. It ain't working out for the Braves because it clearly is. Everybody they bring up seems to do damage in the pros and make a difference for this Braves team. And it's been constant. And you know what? That's why they're a really good organization. Steve, how you doing? Victor, how you doing? Who else we got here? Mr. X, thank you so much for the like, buddy. Sean, a member of Talking Mets and Rob. William Serrano, how you doing? Geraldo, a member of Talking Mets and Rob. Kendrick, how you doing? Shimmy, how you doing? Shimmy, thank you for the kind words, buddy. I appreciate it. Cloudy, what's up, buddy? Keith, I think I said that already. I don't think Montez is overrated. I just don't think, he could be another guy that might not be able to pitch in New York. We don't know. He's always pitched in a small market. We'll never see. And yes, Gleyber Torres is another issue with that Yankees team. One of your top prospects had one good year, and then the book came out on him, and he can never adjust. Raiku, how you doing? I don't agree the Mets have to take 3 out of 4 in a series. 3 out of 4 has to go. The Braves have to win 3 out of 4 at the least. Because if they take 3 out of 4, how many games do they gain? Not many. So, and this is the last time they face the Mets until the end of the season. So that means they have to beat up on other teams along with facing the Phillies. I think they play them 7 more times this year. And they're going to probably beat up on each other, which is going to help the Mets either way. Cloudy, the Apple TV broadcast is terrible. The volume sucks. Beatty is, 23, if I'm not mistaken? Well, I think Yankees don't want to face him in the playoffs. The Mets don't want to face him in the World Series, Toronto, because I don't know how many Yankees are not vaccinated. There is still a few. And there's some Mets, probably very exclusive Mets, that are not vaccinated. And that's the last thing we need. Yeah, Bueller is a really good pitcher, but he's done for the season. May is good, but he's not around either. So, Michael, I don't think that's going to have anything to do with Francisco because Beatty's not a shortstop. He's a third baseman and possibly a left fielder. Like, he's not the guy that's going to, it's not going to change Francisco. Francisco will welcome him if he helps the team win. I mean, he's not really taking anybody's spot. I mean, he's just filling in for a hurt Guillorme and probably playing a little bit more. And I think the biggest concern with Brett Beatty not coming up is the fact that he's not going to play every day. Like, they're not going to play him every day in this situation coming up. And if he struggles, well, now you got to send him back down. And now, whatever his confidence is, which I don't think it'll mess up too much, but you can't have a young player not come up every day and not play him every day. Like, that's going to hurt him, at least this year. You're going to still platoon him with Escobar. I think if Escobar was having a lot more problems with his oblique, because they're saying that he's looking like he's going to be okay and not have to go on IL, then even if he wasn't on the IL and he still had problems batting, which he said that he's going to be ready tomorrow, batting right-handed, he should be okay. Well, if Escobar wasn't available right-handed at all over the next day or two, I think Beatty would have came up because he would have played a lot more. Clint, don't worry about Guillorme being up. It's a little bit of look. It does hurt absolutely with his defense, and he has some timely hits and get on base. But what are you gonna do? What else we got? Who else is here? Clint, what's up, buddy? I think there's somebody else. Who else did I see? And that's it. All right, guys. So we got 103 in the stream right now for Mets pregame live. The game starts at 7:20. Sorry, not 7:00. I put that on the thumbnail. I'm so used to the East Coast 7:00, and I know at Atlanta they always start 20 minutes later. So 7:20 is the start time. So we got about a half hour until game time. So get all your questions, get all your opinions, get everything in now for the pregame. So when the game starts, it's all about Mets versus Braves. There was other thing. Hebrew, what's up? Yeah, Hebrew. Again, I'm trying to come up with ideas for the Mets not bringing up Beatty. I don't see why. I mean, even if he's not 100% ready, he's clearly 90% ready. Like, he's got extremely better defensively. He can, if you have to play him every day, you play him every day. The hell with it. Like, I don't understand the hesitation to bring him up. The only thing I can think of is that Buck is still going to go with that veteran guy in Escobar more times than not, and they don't want Beatty sitting on the bench 2 or 3 days a week. I think that's just the way it is. And that's the only thing I can think of. Other than that, I don't have no other reason. But I don't know. So it's impossible to like understand why, but they have their reasonings. Again, wherever look, if Buck wanted Beatty here, I don't think Buck makes the final call. But if Buck really wanted Beatty here and think it was a good idea, I think Epler would have said, "All right, cool, let's see what happens." Because it's not like we're gonna send Beatty up for 3 days and then send him back down. He's gonna be here for a couple of weeks, and that's only if Guillorme comes back at that moment, 3 to 4 weeks, which is looking like the middle to end of September, right before possibly the playoff starts. There's no guarantee he might come back at that time. We don't know if he's gonna have a setback. Okay, Machete. So that's the case. Okay, well, okay, that makes sense. Atlanta's a poorly run. Their highways are not capable of having all those people. The same thing with most southern states. North Carolina is the same thing. What most of my family is. They had to build roads just to make it possible for more people to live. I can understand the traffic. Yeah, it is getting a little bit annoying now. Yeah, of course, Machete, all the time. Honestly, like, I don't know why the Mets are so gun shy. Like, I just don't get it. It's not about service time. Money's not the issue. You don't want to start the clock. That's not much of an issue. But you know what? You have to make a decision in the next 2 weeks if you're going to bring one of these guys up. Because the worst case scenario, if Guillorme can't come back, say he has a setback and it's just not healing the way it's supposed to, and he doesn't come back, well, you got to bring Brett Beatty up or somebody that can fill Guillorme's shoes before September 1st so they can get on the playoff roster. That's the other key. Great, Brett Beatty and Vientos might come up for September call-ups, but what does that really mean? They can't be on the postseason roster. That sucks. So that's why you have to figure it out soon, because 3 to 4 weeks is going into September. And I don't think the Mets can wait that long and have, guys that are journeymen that are going to be on this roster come playoff time. It doesn't make sense. President, clearly Beatty. Again, I think Vientos is a glorified DH. That's all he is. He's not. I don't think he has a real position where you could say he's good at, and that's the problem. That's why the Mets are at least talking about Beatty coming up over Vientos, because we know Beatty is much better defensively than Vientos. Alvarez is not coming up. That's a pipe dream. They're not messing with Alvarez at all in September call-ups. Vientos and Beatty, those are options that probably going to come up. Depending on if our bullpen's doing well, you might see a bullpen arm that comes up that might help out this bullpen in September. But Vientos and or Beatty you're going to see it. Alvarez is not happening, guys. I know everybody wants to see it, but it's just there's no point. He's not playing, especially if McCann and Nito are healthy. When are you going to play Alvarez? You're just not. Yeah, I'm not worried about the bats. I think the bats are going to play in the majors for Beatty and Vientos. But Beatty is more of a guy that is a more all-around player, and you want more of a versatile all-around player coming up than another DH in Vientos. Let's see. Rob, do you think they bring up Alvarez not coming up to spot? Nope. Don't. There's no point in bringing up Alvarez. If they were going to bring up Alvarez, they should have done it 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. Not now. Yeah, they're not kicking McCann to the curb. He's still under contract. You're paying him $10 million. He's going to be on the roster. In the offseason, could they trade him? Maybe. We'll see. Well, it depends on, Christian, it depends on what the Mets need. If one of the bullpen arms are not doing well, you're going to have to bring up a bullpen arm. Even still, you want to give guys a rest, especially if you got this division intact and you're not worried about the lead. You can be pitching guys. You might bring up a couple of arms instead of throwing out Lugo there every day or Diaz or something like that, giving them, you don't want to overuse them in September if you don't have to. So it really depends on what this Mets team needs. If Guillorme is going to be out long term, you have to replace him with something that is at least a little bit close to what Guillorme is. So you don't have that hole on the bench or hole on your roster. Yeah, Patrick, I don't really think like Brett Beatty is not going to change the chemistry of this team. If Escobar knows the Mets are not going to call somebody up that is going to platoon with him, and he's going to get mad. He's a team guy. Like if Beatty helps us out, they're fine with it. It's, nothing's going to hurt the chemistry of this team. Like I, we've had enough adversity already this year where the chemistry has been fine. You know, Naquin could have been a chemistry beater. You know, they could have messed up the chemistry, back or Ruff, but they did. They don't. You know, it's just is Canna upset that Naquin took some starts away from him this year? No, he plays hard. He plays every day, and the chemistry's still the same. I don't like that whole chemistry stuff with this team because it's a totally different team. Yeah, I think it's counterproductive when it came to Canner and Beatty if you really wanted to. But I don't think the Mets are just going to throw Beatty out there in left field. Like they did that to give some reps to other players in the minors. You're not going to put Beatty in left field, who might be comfortable. He's out third baseman. You're bringing him up, you're playing him at third. It's just that simple. I think the magic number is like 40 something. Still a long way to go. Let's not worry about the magic number yet. Michael, that's right. And look, more room, more lucky hits, right? McGill's probably coming back September, early September. McNeil is fine, right through. He played the other day. Played the last couple of games. He's fine. It's stitches. It's a cut. That can always open up, be annoying, but he looked fine to me. No arm, I agree. But when guys go down with injury, you need to replace them. And Morero is not going to be the guy that's going to be replacing Guillorme. No, defensively, yes, but he's not a good hitter. So you're not going to expect him to even be productive offensively like Guillorme was. But again, let's see how it goes. The Mets seem like they make all the right moves over this whole year. Calling up guys. They brought Nick Plummer up at the right time. He hit a big home run. They bring up guys that every time they brought some up, they did some type of, they helped this team in whatever way they were asked to do. And the Mets have been right almost every time. So maybe they're right this time and not bringing up Beatty and bringing up this guy. So it is what it is. I don't think Plummer's not an option because the outfield's fine. And with Naquin here, it doesn't make sense. Hamster, how you doing? All right, guys. So we got about 20 minutes until game time. The game is on SNY today, so depending on who's in the booth, Gary, Keith, Ron, all three, or just Gary and Keith, or Gary and Ron, or whoever, we will have the SNY audio for you guys along with game day. And once again, if you are new to the channel, please say what up. Do not be shy. I don't care if you're not a Mets fan. It's cool if you are a Mets fan. But at the end of the day, it's about being a baseball fan. And let me just check 1 second. I got something on Twitter. I just wanted to check really quick. Oh, okay. So, Scotty, they brought up Devin Marrero, who is a versatile guy who can play multiple infield positions. Not a very good hitter. And Tomasito went on the COVID-related IL. So, he's out at least 3-4 days now. So, Michael Perez has been called up to be the backup catcher. And Devin Marrero is taking the spot of Luis Guillorme, who is going on the IL as well. So, 2 roster moves. Tomasito on the COVID IL. So that's at least 5 days. I believe Nito was vaccinated, so I think it's only up. I think it's 5 days. I think they're going with the CDC's plan for vaccinated 5 days. I believe he can come back as long as he tests negative. And Devin Marrero, utility infielder, who is pretty good defensively. Not great, not Guillorme great, but pretty good. So Devin Marrero, if you haven't heard of him, the Mets picked him up not too long ago. He is not a guy that is going to like the offensive categories, but he's a guy who can be defensively. He's a veteran guy. Let's see what happens. The Mets haven't been wrong putting guys up this year. Every move. But let me just see something. The Mets. This is from Anthony DeComo. The Mets did not need to clear a 40-man roster spot for Marrero due to Nito's situation. So when a player gets put on the COVID IL, he is automatically off the 40-man roster until he comes back off the COVID IL. So Marrero did not need to clear a 40-man spot to make him part of the 40-man roster. And some people think that there is still an extra spot on the roster. Maybe Beatty is still a possibility, which I don't think so at this point anymore. But again, the Mets haven't been wrong calling people up. They've been right almost every time. Again, Marrero is not going to light the stats up, but you can come in a defensive replacement. If Escobar, you don't want Escobar out there all game, messing with his oblique because it's still an issue. You might have to put him in late in games so you have a guy who is actually healthy playing third base who can actually do something with the glove. So once again, guys, we've got 120 in the stream right now for Mets PreGame Live. 20 minutes until game time. Please hit on that like button early so we can get more people in this stream for the Mets versus Braves. Game 1 of a 4-game series in the ATL. This is an important series that the Mets could bury the Braves in this division. And if the Mets take 3 out of 4, there's a pretty good chance that this division is over. Not only do you knock 4 games off the schedule, but you gain a couple of games, again, a couple more games on the Braves going into the Philadelphia series in Philly, which I will be attending at Citizens Bank Park, and then going to the Bronx to face our crosstown rivals in the Yankees. So let me just check the comments really quick. Yeah, the Phillies scored 2 runs and 1 earned run in the entire series. So, and again, this is the same thing I keep on talking about for people who continue to bash the Mets and act like they're not a good team. The Mets have not lost a series against an NL East team this year. Again, that can change this week. But the pressure is on the Braves. The pressure is on the Phillies. Every time the Braves had the opportunity to take advantage of the Mets coming to town or the Braves coming to town when they faced the Mets, they couldn't. And as good as the Braves are, they beat everybody else but the Mets. Just that's something to look at. Like, it's not a fluke. It's not 1 series. It's been 3 series, 4 series. Like, let's go. Irresistible Chicken, what's up? Love the emoji. Yeah, I mean, look, everybody thought the Giants were going to be a good team early in the year, so it was a big series early in the year for the Mets, like a litmus test early on in the season. But again, every test the Mets had, and again, we can go over this until the cows come home. Yankees coming to town. Mets are in trouble. They're going to get swept by the Yankees. Mets took care of business. Same thing with the Phillies. Same thing with the Braves. Again and again and again. How many? Is everybody going to wait until the last couple of games of the regular season in October when the Mets finish the season with the Nationals, and then you're going to start giving credit? It's too late for that. Like I said, you want to not give credit to the Mets? Fine. Go into a series against the Mets thinking that they're not good or you're not giving them respect, and they'll hit you in the mouth just like they've done all year. Thomas, how you doing? 25 points. I like points. Yeah, they won that. They lost that series against the Giants. But again, good teams lose to bad teams. Like, it happens. It's baseball. And, again, no matter what, even if the Mets win this division, they still have to prove what they can do. And let's be honest, when the Mets make the playoffs, they usually make a lot of noise in their history. It's just that simple. And look at the years the Mets making the playoffs, right? 69, first time ever making the playoffs in their team history. They won a World Series, the Miracle Mets, right? 73, they lost to the Oakland A's. Nobody expected the Mets to be in the World Series, but they got there and they went on a run. and they got to the World Series. Lost to the A's, but that happens. Again, it took a long time for the Mets to get back to relevancy, but in '86, they were one of the best teams in baseball, but nobody thought the Mets were going to win. Boston was supposedly better. Some people picked the Astros to beat the Mets and make the World Series. Supposed to be an Astros-Red Sox World Series. Again, the Red Sox weren't supposed to beat the Angels, but they beat them. So, and then '86 happened, the Mets won. '88, the Mets were looked at as the better team, but they still made the NLCS. They still went on runs. Every time they made the playoffs, they always seemed to make a run. 2015, nobody thought that the Mets were going to make the World Series, but they did. Again, they didn't win it, but they make runs. 2016 wild card game, anything can happen. So one game playoff is not. I think if the Mets had a series against the Giants, we might have won. But again, that's the past. Again, Mets make the playoffs in their history. They find a way to make noise in the playoffs. Just that simple. And Scotty, I agree. This team does feel different. Michael, this is a statement series. I don't know how many more we need to have to get any respect. Yeah, listen. I was down on Lindor last year because it was unfortunate. But again, this guy will never live up to that money in that contract ever. He's never going to put up the huge numbers to make up for what he's making in that type of stat line. But there's no doubt this guy is one of the better players in baseball. Should have been an all-star. And I think he has a chip on his shoulder. I really think he does. Bryce, thank you for subscribing, buddy. Bryce, let me know where you're from, buddy. Savannah plays. I don't know if just let me know where you're from. Because I like to see new subscribers and see where they're from. It's always cool to find out where everybody's tuning in from. But thank you for subscribing, buddy. I appreciate that. I always think the road team has the advantage because they get the first chance with the ghost runner on in extra innings. And I said that. That's why I don't like the rule because it's a softball rule. I don't like it because of the fact that when you're the home team, you're supposed to get right in Paxton. Thank you, buddy. Where you're from, I appreciate that. The reason why I don't like the ghost runner rule in extra innings is the fact that it gives the opportunity for the away team to score first and put pressure. Illinois, shout out to Illinois. So it puts the pressure on the home team right away, and I don't think that's fair. The whole point of being home is to have last licks, to have the advantage. This rule gives the advantage to the away team right away. Again, I don't know the exact stats on record-wise on away teams and road teams. Away teams and home teams. On it, Mississippi. All right. Nice. Mississippi. I love it. St. Augustine. All right. Ryan, do I like Strider? Of course I do. He got really good stuff, but he has a big mouth. And when he has the opportunity to, shut us up tonight, right? He has to back up his words, right? Lucky hits. And I'm telling you right now, I'm praying. I am freaking praying that we get 2 or 3 bloop hits in the first inning against them, and it'll be hilarious. Because what is he going to say then? Lucky hits? No. When you put the bat on the ball, and this is why it's so important, why the Mets team is so different this year, because they're not a huge strikeout team. They strike out, absolutely, but they're not a big strikeout team. And they put the bat on the ball. They put pressure on the defense. As good as the Braves defense is, they made some stupid plays in the last series that cost them games, that cost them runs. And you saw yesterday against the Phillies with the Mets, they put the bat on the ball. The Phillies have been playing really good defense over the last month and a half, 2 months. But guess what? When you put pressure on them and they're a little bit behind the 8 ball and they're trying to win a series against the Mets, look what happened. Making stupid, lazy plays. Marsh throwing it lackadaisical to the cutoff, to the infielder. The infielder's not paying attention. McNeil takes the base, and they score an extra run, which could have been the run didn't really matter at the end of the game, but who knows? And that's the point. The Mets take advantage of the team's mistakes. The Braves better not make mistakes in this series because the Mets will take full advantage of it. They do it all year. Yeah, my God. Again, we're not saying he's not a good pitcher. He is, and he's a really good pitcher. But again, you can't say they got lucky. You couldn't get anybody out. Like, you were out in what was it, the third inning? Like, that's nothing to write home, but that's not luck. That's a good team. That's a good offense. Yeah, Christian, I saw the postseason schedule. Very interesting. Getting into the first week in November. Gotta love it. Yeah, Fried might not pitch in this series. I think Acuna is playing, if I'm not mistaken. But we only got 10 minutes left, guys. Let me get to the roster. Excuse me. The lineup and the pitching matchup. So we only got 10 minutes. So let me just get to that rather quickly. Let me share my screen. Let me just make it a little more eye-pleasing. There we go. All right, guys. So this is what you see when you're on my channel, game day, along with the SOI broadcast. You only got Keith Hernandez and Gary Cohen in the booth today in Atlanta for the 4-game set. So with that said, guys, let's go over the lineups for the Mets and the Braves. Obviously, Spencer Strider is pitching today for the Braves, and of course Carlos Carrasco for the Mets. The Mets lineup for tonight against Strider is Brandon Nimmo leading off, playing center field, Starlin Marte second base, playing right field, batting third, shortstop Lindor, Alonso cleaning up, playing first base, Daniel Vogelback DH and batting fifth, Mark Cannon batting sixth, playing left field, Jeff McNeil batting seventh, playing second base, Eduardo Escobar third base batting eighth, and James McCann is getting the start batting ninth at catcher. So that is your lineup for the Mets against Spencer Strider. For the Atlanta Braves, going against Carlos Carrasco, Ronald Acuna is playing. I didn't check the lineup, so he is playing. I know he had a little bit of an issue with the knees. So let's see how he performs in this series. Leading off, playing right field, Dansby Swanson, shortstop, playing second, batting second, excuse me. Austin Riley, third base, batting third. Matt Olson, first base, cleaning up. William Contreras, DH, and batting fifth. Eddie Rosario, left field, batting sixth. Travis Arnaud, catching, batting seventh. Grissom, playing second base, batting eighth. And Michael Harris, batting ninth, playing center field against Carlos Carrasco. So they're showing Carrasco right now 5-0, 1.69 ERA in his last couple of starts. And they showed Spencer Strider 2 2/3 innings, 6 hits, 4 runs, 4 earned, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts against the Mets on August 7th. So the mustache man and the big mount pitcher has a lot to prove today, considering the fact that he is a really good pitcher. But you know what? He talked. Yeah, you talk the talk, you gotta walk the walk, right? That's the old saying that we're talking about. So with that said, don't forget one more time, guys, if you haven't hit that like button, take a second to please do so. Again, if the Mets take game one of the series, it's going to be very hard for the Atlanta Braves to take the next 3 games, considering that they got Scherzer and DeGrom to deal with in game 3 and 4. So, listen, it's time for the Mets to finally have the opportunity to step on the roots of the Braves and take away their chances of ever believing that they can come back and win this NL East. Again, a lot can change in 4 games, but you can bury the Braves in this NL East and make it very interesting, considering the fact that the Phillies are not too far behind them, and we'll see what happens. Again, the Braves have beaten everybody else. Everybody on their schedule, they have no problem with. When they get to the Mets, they can't beat them. I don't know if it's the pitching. I don't know if they put too much pressure on themselves, and they're trying to hit 450-foot shots. But there's keys to the game for every team, right? The Braves, what do they have to do? They have to perform better offensively. They really do. Like, they strike out a ton. They're a very bad at breaking balls and off-speed pitches. They can hit the fastball, but if you notice with the Mets, they've thrown every time they face the Braves. Their breaking ball and off-speed pitches, they've thrown more in a game percentage-wise than fastballs. They can't hit off-speed pitches and breaking balls. You get them flying out after the pitches, they they're very good at the plate. Like they have good eyes at the plate. But when the pressure's on, they're flailing at breaking balls and off-speed pitches all over the place. I think the Mets, once again, the lineup has to work the counts with these pitchers. Get these guys out of the game. Work the counts, increase their pitch count, foul pitches off. This team is very good, not actually trying to strike out, but putting the ball in play. You do that, you're going to frustrate Strider right away. In the first inning, make him work. Piss him off. Call timeout. Let him think. Got to do that. So keys to the game against the Braves, they got to lay off the breaking balls and the off-speed pitches. Because if they don't, they're going to have a lot of strikeouts. And when you strike out, you don't put the ball in play, nothing's happening. With the Mets, pitch count of the opposing pitcher. Let's work the count. You play Mets baseball, there's a pretty good chance you're going to win. Final score prediction for tonight's game. In game 1 of the series, with Carrasco and Strider on the mound, Mets 4, Braves 2. I think the Mets are going to take the lead late in the game, and Diaz is going to come in and shut it down. Yeah, Bryce, exactly. That's why baseball is great. Like, one good series, like I said, I don't think the Braves can take 3 out of 4. That doesn't help them that much. They have to sweep the Mets to actually really think they're going to get, because in September, the Mets have one of the easiest schedules in all of baseball. They're going to bulk up on wins. And again, the Phillies and the Braves have a lot of games against each other in the last part of the year. So the Braves and Phillies are going to beat up on each other. So that's the problem. So with that said, guys, we're about 2-3 minutes away. Looking like SNY probably going to go on one more commercial. But as always, guys, Mets versus Braves, as always. Hit on that like button and let me know, guys, when it comes back from commercial, if you can hear the audio, the call of the game, because that's the most important thing, right? Some people like to just look at game day and watch the game on TV. And if you're working, if you're chilling, you're hanging out in your backyard, and you're not watching the game, you want to listen to it, stick around. You're going to get the SNY call. I know a lot of people in different parts that are not in New York sometimes can't get an SNY feed. You're blocked out because you're near Atlanta, so you can't get any feed. I hope I can bring you at least a little bit of joy hearing Gary and Keith on the broadcast. Yes, I did get the Ron Darling bobblehead. It's somewhere in the other part of the room. Yes, I got one more to go to get the Gary Cohen bobblehead in August 27th or 26th. One of those days, September sometime, I think, whatever. But all right, so let's go Mets. We got 136 in the stream right now. Just waiting for SNY to come back from commercial, and then you will get the call to Gary and Pete for the Mets versus Braves game 1 in Atlanta, Georgia. Let's start early. Let's frustrate Strider, piss him off, and let's be honest. Don't think the Mets didn't hear what Strider said. Don't think that they're not going to put that chip on their shoulder and be like, yeah, lucky? All right, we'll show you. Again, he can shut the Mets down. I mean, he's a good pitcher. He's really good. He's got great stuff. But, again, shut your mouth. You're a rookie. Stop it. So you have 3 Mets bobbleheads? I probably have bobbleheads I can open up a score. Like, seriously. That's why I got to get rid of some stuff. That's why. And, again, guys, for the members, I'm sorry if you're in the chat, in the stream right now, members. I'm still having issues with my editing software. For some reason, it's not updating properly. And I can't edit the giveaway for you members. Like, I have it. I did the video. I'm trying to edit it so you don't have 20 minutes of watching something. And I'm trying to edit it down to like 5 or 6 minutes so you're not standing there being bored. Because it shouldn't take long to do a giveaway. But I like to, make it interactive during the giveaway in that video. So I'm trying to fix my editing software. I'm trying to I restarted it. I re-downloaded it. It's a pain in the ass. But once I do, I promise, the giveaway is going to happen. All right, so 1 minute away. Let's see if they're going to put the game on in a second. It should go right. Oh, here we go, guys. Mets, Braves, Gary, and Keith on the call. Let me know if you guys can hear it. Webbs, what's up? Boogie Woogie, what's up? Brandall, what's up? Yep, let's get those lucky hits, guys. Let's start it off early. So here we go, guys. Mets versus Braves, game 1. Let me know if you guys can hear the stream. Hear the call, excuse me.
As the Mets soldier on to face the rookie Spencer Strider for the 3rd time this year. Well, Strider, as you can see, 24 games. Started out in the bullpen, didn't make his first start till the first week of June. His 14th start, and also his 3rd start against your Metropolitans. Took the loss the last time out, and the Volkswagen Braves.
All right, let's go. Start it off.
Behind the plate, the former Met. Got a Gold Glover over there, 2-time Gold Glover. Olsen. Riley.
All right, first pitch is going to happen. Nimmo coming to the plate. Strider getting on the mound. Here we go. Let's go. Beautiful. Come on, Brandon, start it off.
Brandon Nimmo leads off against Spencer Strider. First pitch of the night is a fastball outside for ball 1, and we're underway.
I like the camera angle at Truist Park. Right over the pitcher.
Safely in each of his last 22 road games. Take that for what it's worth. And
outside. Strider not getting that outside corner right now, so
waiting for a strike. In his first at bat of the game.
Let's go.
It's one of the reasons he has such long at bats to start.
Yes, sir. OG. Come on, Brandon.
And Strider's still looking for the strike.
Ball 3. Must be lucky calls, right? And he goes his first strike of the game. 3-1 to Nimmo. Come on, Brandon. There's strike 2 on the corner. 2 fastballs for Strider, the last 2 pitches. Full count. Nothing new for Nimmo. Yeah, way too lucky for him. Ruben, what's up, buddy? Nimmo fouled it off. 6 pitch at bat so far. Already working a count. That's what we like to see. Got pissed off Strider last game on August 7th. Starting again. I think Nimmo started on a 9-10 pitch at bat. Starting the game the last time he pitched against the Mets.
He hasn't pitched since that loss in New York, so he should be plenty rested. 3 extra days of rest.
And Nimmo, it's an error for not going to get it. That's an infield hit for the Mets. Almost a great play by Riley, but it was a lucky hit for Brandon Nimmo to lead off the game with an infield single. Mets got the leadoff man on. Let's go. It was a bullet. Almost a nice play by Riley, but it was a lucky bounce, unfortunately. So a 7 pitch at bat to lead off the game. And one of our best overall hitters in Starlin Marte. 292, 12 home runs, 51 RBIs. Lucky bounce. God damn it. I didn't know the ball can bounce on the field. Come on, Starlin.
Marte takes the first pitch slider for a strike, so a little different game plan for Strider against Marte. Interesting. Now, Marte has 15 stolen bases on the year. Remember, he got off to a shaky start.
Oh, sorry. Nice inside strike. Very interesting. He called a ball against the left-hander, but he called it a strike about a right-hander. Interesting. 0-2 on Marte. Come on. And Marte strikes out on a fastball. Fouled it into the glove. 1 out. Thank you. How you doing, buddy?
You think, okay, the heat and the humidity, it's not that hot here, actually 87 degrees, it's a surprise. But the dog days it is the stretch run time, and the Mets are going through a stretch of schedule right now where they can really, really put the Braves and the Phillies away from the erase them from the rearview mirror. Because Lindor, who had a great series against the Braves in New York, and he takes a fastball for a strike. Francisco went 8 for 18 in that 5-game series. Yeah, he's really turned it on. That is for sure. 82 runs.
Thank you. That's probably a good odds right there you got for 8 runs.
Congratulations. Good to see it.
Lindor fouls off the fastball 0-2.
Right after the next 2 innings. You know, most important, it's great that he got the record, but he's on pace to drive in 100 runs, and that's a 3-4 hitter to drive in 100 plus runs. That's nice to have in your lineup. And on the first was 1 out. Playing with Garrett's pretty much straight up. No shift. Well, a lot of teams put the shift against Lindor.
Lindor has been very good this year against the Braves all season. Nice. Good eye.
Blowing in 2-2.
Lindor is batting over 300 in this series with a couple of home runs and I believe 11 RBIs against the Braves this year. Been very good in games against the Braves.
First time the Mets faced a pitch better, but they worked this pitch down in that game and they had to take it to 5th. From 2 straight feet in front of home plate.
And Nimmo hits one just foul. But Olsen was right on the line, holding on the runner, so he was fair. Olsen probably had a good shot at a double play there.
2 feet would be perpendicular to the first base line, and I can push off the back. Let's get here. For the right-hander, he's almost his feeder position. How I would feel the mark here, I would want to go towards home plate. And therefore, it's kind of tough for him to get out into that hole and cover the ground. But they take it away, he has to stay in fair territory. Well, only the play. He's barely in fair territory.
And he popped it up.
Shallow left. Swanson ball as it goes. Rosario comes in and calls him off. By the way, I saw some pictures of you and Whitey together during the weekend in St. Louis. You look great, and I was happy to throw you around and said, that's all water under the bridge. I have such great respect for Whitey as a manager.
All right, so 2 outs, 1 on for Pete Alonso coming up. John, how you doing, brother?
He's just such a great baseball man. Over 90 years old and still sharp as a tack. Well, here's Alonso. The Mets have beaten the Braves 8 times this year. Pete has driven in the winning run, the go-ahead run for the Mets in 6 of those 8 wins. And he takes a fastball down.
All right, Pete, let's go. Come on.
He has 31 go-ahead RBIs for the season, which is 10 more than anybody else in baseball. He had 7 RBIs in that 5-game series against the Braves in New York. He has just blossomed.
17 pitches in the first inning for Strider right here. So already got a pitch count. Probably will get to 20 most likely.
His progress.
If Pete works the count a little bit.
And that's the reason why, Garrett, Pete hitting is a good eye. That's a tough pitch to lay off. They have to pitch Pete in. You can't let these old birds, especially these polar bears, you can't let them extend their arms out there. You've got to establish inside. So patience, to me, has been the most impressive thing. He sees the 2nd lowest percentage of pitches and strikes out of anybody in the majors.
Come on, Pete.
And yet he
could be a pitch to hit here
this year,
on a 2-0 pitch.
Getting himself into a positive count like this.
Woo! Blew it by him. Right down the middle for strike 1. Swinging.
In divisional play in the National League East, Austin Riley has performed well, but Alonso and
I agree, Tom.
Been at the top of their game. That's the reason why the Mets.
Come on, Pete. Let's go.
39 and 15.
Keep this inning going. Even if you don't get the run in here, let him get a base hit here. Increase that pitch count to over 20. Exactly what you want to do. Woo! Just missed that. Fouled it right back. That's a good call, Christian. He's short and stocky, right, like Oswald. That's a good call. Very similar. All right, 2-2 count to Alonso. 2 outs, 1 on in the top of the first for the Braves and the Mets. Alonso up in the 2-2 count. Alonso fouled back a ball right down the middle, fastball. Just missed it, but 20 pitches for Strider in the first. Come on, Pete. And strikes out on the nice slider that was on the plate for strike 3. Mets did not score. They did get 1 hit, but they did get Strider to 21 pitches in the first inning. Again, run would have been nice. A couple of runs would have been nice, but getting in the 21 pitches in the first inning, well, that's already a start that was very similar to his first start, where he threw over 20 pitches as well. But the Mets did not score. Braves are coming up in the bottom of the first. No score in the bottom of the first coming up. Once again, guys, don't forget to please hit on that like button. Let's get this stream out to more people. Goal is to get over 200 today in the stream and potentially 200 likes throughout the stream. So let's make it happen, guys. That's all up to you. If you're new to the channel, say what's up. New subscribers, please say what's up and where you're from, so I can give you a shout out and see where you guys are tuning in on the stream. All right. So once again, members, if you're in the stream right now, I have a problem with my editing software for the giveaway. I did the actual giveaway recording. That's not the problem. It's just that I just don't want to throw on the recording and it looks bad. So I had problems with my editing software a week ago or 5 days ago, and it's continuing to mess up. I try to re-download, I try to restart it. I might just have to go through another editing software, and hopefully by the end of next week, everything will be ready to go, and you can finally get that giveaway and see who wins it. Again, it's a mystery box for this month, so you're going to get a couple of things in the mystery box. I decided on a couple of things, so you're going to get a couple of things, not just one thing. So Cookie Carrasco on the mound against the potent Braves lineup, along with first time seeing Grissom this year. So we'll see if that makes a difference in the lineup against the Mets, and we'll see. Carrasco already passed 10 wins, got 13 wins, 3.76 ERA in 22 starts. Has been really good this year and healthy, and I think that's the most important thing. Eric, what's up from Jersey? All right, guys. Carrasco on the mound. Acuna coming up. No score, bottom of the first. Let's go, Mets.
York going to continue for the rest of the Braves road trip. He had 381 on the trip just completed. And he's up to 273 for the year in his comeback season from ACL tear last summer. And he looks for a foul on the first pitch from Carrasco, 0-1. There's the home run off Carrasco on August 4th. Dead central. Right into the apple.
Bermuda loves the Mets. I love it, Darryl. Damn, I like to be in Bermuda right now.
6 innings in that game, a 6-4 Mets win. He has
Come on, Cookie.
Pitching wonderfully.
Nice pitch. Got that low call strike. If Carrasco gets that low call on the bottom of the strike zone, he's going to be very hard to hit. 0-2 to Acuna.
I remember seeing it 4 starts ago.
2 for 6 against Carrasco in career, with double home run and 2 RBIs and a walk.
That's probably 3 on the left side against Acuna.
And a slider in the dirt, and Acuna holds up 1-2.
Carrasco's last start was against the Reds on Tuesday, 6 2/3. He allowed 2 runs, 7 hits, a 6-2 win. 7 starts, he's now 5-0 with a 1.69 ERA. The concern you have to start having about Carrasco is the number of innings that he's pitched after not pitching all that many the last few years.
And a check swing right to Carrasco, and that is 1 out without Acuna running, saving his knees. Guess that wasn't a lucky bounce. 1 out. Jammed him right on the inside. Just couldn't get away from that bat. 1 out.
McCann is capable of playing back-to-back games now. Canna out in left field is solid. Nimmo is solid, and Marte is solid in the outfield with the best arm of the trio. So 1 out and nobody on. That Dansby Swanson Swanson had an awful series against the Mets offensively in New York until he had a home run against Jacob DeGrom in the last game of that series that ended DeGrom's no-hit.
Come on, Cookie, let's go, let's go.
Would have been his last batter anyway. It was only his second start back. Swanson 0 for 9 in his career against Carrasco. And he rips one of
That is a base hit. Could be a double if Connor can get to that. Let's see if he can hold him to a single. He's going for 2. And he is safe with a 1-out double. He slid hard right into the. He might got a little hurt there. I think he's okay. And he is bleeding on his forehead. So was a pitch over the plate, and Swanson turned on it. 1-out double.
So concerned, Swanson was shaken up at second base. What happened? Oh, you got tagged in his face?
Yeah, they tagged him right in the head. Boo-hoo. That was a lucky tag.
That or his helmet came up and hit him in the face. I think it had to be the helmet. The glove certainly couldn't do that. The way he's bleeding from his forehead, I'm sure he'll be fine.
He is bleeding from the forehead with the tag from McNeil. I don't know. One of my favorite players is Swanson. I like the way he plays. Always hard. You know, I don't like him to do well against the Mets, but he's a great player. Really good player. So they're tending to him right now, trying to get the bleeding down on his forehead. Hopefully they can. If not, he has to come out of the game because you can't leave somebody bleeding on the field. Let's see what happened. Oh, they hit him. The helmet rolled and hit him in the face. Ouch. That hurts. And he's coming out of the game.
Bad things could happen. But he'll be okay. They have to take a moment to patch him up before this game can continue.
All right, I don't know what's going on. A little delay. They're giving him the opportunity to patch him up, so he's not coming out of the game. So I agree with that. I think you should give him an opportunity to come back in a ball game if they can stop the bleeding.
Team in the field, you're waiting for a player to get patched up because of injury. It's not like hockey where they take him back and put some stitches in and they come back out.
All right, they're putting a butterfly stitch on there to get him back out. He's running back on the field. So a small delay, but he's coming back onto the field. Nice to see he is okay. That's always important. You don't want anybody hurt. But he's okay. So he got that hustle double with 1 out in the first.
That the Mets and Braves played at New York is that one team or other went out to a big lead in all 5 games. Right. And the other team came back but didn't get over the hump. You know, the Mets were able to hang on and win 4 out of 5. And look at the bottom 2 guys, Garrett, too. The Phillies ran into that same buzzsaw. That is such a formidable 1-2 punch. Well, the Braves will see him again in the final 2 games of this series.
Yeah, it was a week on, but, Swanson's not, not a slow runner. So
19 in that series without a home run. But
Joshua, it better be time for the Braves to win, because if they don't, they're not winning this division. All right, so Riley is up. Riley just has an excellent season this year, after having a really good year. Got that nice big contract, that nice new shiny contract. But man, is he good. 30 home runs for him, second in the NL. Major power. Have been extremely good for this team all year.
Pitched on issues here. That's hit 304.
All right, so just waiting for Carrasco is 6 and something, and he's getting back on the mound now.
240, 4.2 runs. And a lot of that was that the Mets were able to keep their starters in the game.
Yeah, Joshua, like I said, the Braves are not playing bad. The Mets have been just 5.5 games better at the moment. That's basically it. Ooh, nice slider by Carrasco. Swing and miss by Riley. Nasty slider. Again, Swanson hit that fastball. Again, breaking balls, off-speed pitches to this Braves team. They have a hard time hitting those balls. Come on, Cookie. Another slider just missed on the outside corner.
Another thing too, Gary, in that series, that 5-game series, the Mets walked 92 times. Braves only walked 8 times. There were 6 hit batsmen in that 5-6 series.
2-1 to Riley. Ooh, high fastball, let it high, swung over it. Swung under, excuse me.
One thing about this Braves team, they will swing and miss. They've struck out more times than any team in the majors. And you would think that a team that struck out that much
Come on,
would
Cookie.
walk
Come on.
a lot, but the Braves don't. They have the 3rd fewest walks of any team in the league. But they hit home runs and they strike out.
All right, ball in the dirt.
Slider misses 3-2.
3-2 count.
Well, the starting pitching for the Mets.
All right, DeMarco. So full count.
Season.
Let's see if any movement on the base paths with Swanson here. With a full count and 1 out.
Been outstanding. The past 8 games, 1.11. They've even gotten better. Swanson at second, 1 out, and
Riley hits one down the line. It looks like Martin's going to get there. Oh, nice catch. For the second out, Swanson will tag, and he does not tag. That was a nice catch. Over the shoulder catch by Marte for the second out. And Swanson did not tag up to get the third base. That's a little crazy. Interesting. So that is not a good base running play by Swanson. He would have scored if that ball would have fell no matter what. So that is not a good base running play by Swanson.
He looks for the cushion, but notice the cyclone fence. Well, you can break a finger.
Very nice catch by Marte. 2 outs.
Braced yourself the last moment. You get your fingers stuck.
Save the run for sure.
Totally agree. 2 outs.
Matt Olson here.
Here's Matt Olson.
First pitch fastball. Right in the wheelhouse for Olson, but swings and misses and fouls it off. Excuse me, not fouls it off. Excuse me.
As a kid, it's really it's cyclone fence, I believe, and in Candlestick Park, the outfield fence. But when Willie Mays was playing, there was all that kind of fence. Very dangerous. Olson has 2 home runs and 11 career at bats against Carrasco. He pops this one.
All right, pops up, and it's 0-2 rather quickly.
I know they like to
Carrasco has 14 pitches so far. I don't think anybody's going to top the Yankees line.
But he got it on the left field line, the bullpen. It's a bullpen. Yeah, both bullpens. Yep, both folded down the right center. Yeah, that means you could see for yourself, folks. You can get in big trouble in that
0-2.
Mesh there.
2 outs. Man on second, bottom first. Oh, I don't know about that call.
Olson, 24 home runs.
The strike box looked like that was a strike, but they did not call it. Oh, thank you, Anthony. I appreciate it. Pretty cool. Me and Anthony. First time talking to each other, so it worked out pretty well. 1-2 pitch coming to Olson. Another high fastball, just missed. That one missed. That third pitch was close. 2-2 now. Olson's hanging in there. Yeah, that third pitch was a strike on the outside, on the upper part of the strike zone. But not getting the call. From a breaking ball in the lower part of the strike zone, and he takes another ball. 3, got it to a full count. Swanson will be running on the pitch. Full count, 2 outs. Will score on a base hit for sure. Yeah, that third pitch was a strike. Come on, Cookie. Fouls the slider off. Change up. Was a nice pitch on the outside corner, but fouled it off. President, thank you, buddy. It was fun. And check out his podcast today, Subway to Shea. I was on his podcast today. He posted it a few hours ago.
Competing for the National League doubles lead all year. Freddie Freeman's competing for a National League batting title.
Strike 3 on a fastball ends the inning. Braves do not score with a man on second base. And we're going to the top of the second. Blue Olson with the fastball in the inside corner for strike 3, swinging. Mets, Braves, no score going to the top of the second. Mets will have up Vogie, Canna, and McNeil, 5, 6, 7, going to the top of the second. Again, listen, this is going to be a tough series for both teams. There's going to be good pitching matchups. You know, Carrasco threw 17 pitches, 19 pitches, so he's on, that trajectory as well. But we've seen with the Braves, they're taking their guys out earlier than the Mets would actually take them out. We know Carrasco can pitch 100 pitches, 105 pitches, no problem. Strider, those couple of 20 innings, well, he might be out of this game in the fifth inning, and that's been the key to the Mets' success this year, is getting starters out of the game no matter how good they are. That's right, Christian. Woohoo! Dan, Panda, Bear, Babe Ruth, Vogelback leading off in the fifth. Again, had a nice home run in the finale of the Philly series with the Mets at Citi Field. Just waiting for the commercial to come back for the top of the second. Once again, guys, if you're just tuning in, please hit on that like button and say what's up in the chat if you're a new subscriber and where you're from so I can know where you guys are checking out the stream from, because I always like to see where people are. We got Aruba, we have where we got? Aruba, Bermuda, excuse me. Bermuda, we got Illinois, we got Valley Stream, we got Jersey in here, we got California, we got Florida, a lot of different states in here. It's always fun to see a lot of people from different areas of the country. Yeah, Cookie blew him away. Look, he threw it 93 miles an hour. Cookie is just getting by. No, he's not. Yeah, we all want Doc. Listen. Thanks, listen. I'd love to get the Mets to take 4, but I kind of wish for 3. I don't think that can happen. I don't really think that can go on. That would be insane if it does, but I doubt that. Oregon. All right, first pitch coming to bogey. And that's a ball. Come on. Ball 2. Good eye. Again, Strider's having a little trouble throwing strikes here, and that's putting up his pitch count where he doesn't want it.
8 days ago.
DeMarco, I'll take 2-2. They don't gain any ground on us, and they take 4 more games off the schedule. Come on, Bogey.
After he gave up 6 hits and 2 2/3, including a
Takes a strike down the middle.
He also complained about a couple calls by the home plate umpire that changed the count. Young mistake, emotional after
okay.
really
Let's stop. Nobody wants to hear me say.
I think his first real rocking didn't get out of the third.
Oh, 2 straight fastballs right down the middle, and Bogey took it. I don't think he's happy with himself there. Those are pitches you have to drive, but 2-2 count to go in the Bogey.
2 strikes. They spread out the defense against Vogelback after going with the shift up until 2 strikes. Holden seen Vogelback go to left field.
Ball 3, full count.
They do it the other way against
Mets are doing well in the first inning and first at bat in the second, working the count.
A lot of the bad hitters have been going the other way with 2 strikes. That was how they put together their big inning yesterday. Opposite field, 2 odd hits.
Come on, Bogey. Fouls it off.
Left field line foul.
All right. 6 pitch at bat.
Spencer Strider, born in
Once
Columbus,
again,
Ohio,
working the
high
count.
school in Knoxville, Tennessee, college at Clemson, and Tommy John surgery, so he missed the 19th season. The 20 season was foreshortened because of COVID.
Come on.
He got drafted at 20, didn't make his pro debut until last year.
Bogey flies the ball to left field, pretty well hit, but it's going to stay in the park. 1 out. So hit it just shallow of the 1-inning track for the first out.
Made his first 2 big league appearances.
But it was his 8th, 7 pitch at bat.
Started this year with the Kansas City. Because of Tommy John in the COVID year, there's a question about how many innings he's going to be able to contribute to the series. Over 90
All right, Mark Canada's coming up. With nobody on in the second.
For the second straight game, it's going to be Zach Wheeler yesterday, and he had 2 hits. Focus for the 4 living hitters. And he did 295 against right-handers, 212 against left-handers. That's the big him with the guy that would be a counter to left-hand pitching. Now they've got the left-handed compliment to Tyler Naquin. It's days in a row against hard-throwing right-handers. And the Mets have all sorts of metric systems trying to weigh who's best against what pitcher. And
it's a little shocking Canada's in here against a righty when Naquin could have started, but Naquin struggled a little bit, and I think Canada just has a good bat, good eye at the plate, works the count. I like him against Strider here. Takes a slide on the outside corner for strike 2.
That game against Strider, in the third inning, he got the big 2-out double in the left center field that drove in the third and fourth run of that inning and kind of gave the Mets a 4-0 lead. Jeff McNeil waits on deck.
Should be an easy fly ball for the infield. 2 outs. Quick 2 outs for Strider. 32 pitches in the second.
Well, no rest for the weary,
yeah, Frankie, that sucks for Guillorme.
5-game set.
All right, Jeff McNeil coming up. 307, 7 home runs, 46 RBIs. 9 for 32 against Atlanta. 1 home run, 3 RBIs, batting 281.
3-game big series against the Phils. They take 2 out of 3, and now they come down here and they've got a 4-game series against the Braves and up to Philly for 3. I love it. Division play. And then the Yankee Stadium for 2 after that. It's quite the 10-game road trip. 4 in Atlanta, 4 in Philly, 2 in the Bronx.
And McNeil swinging at the first pitch, but fouled it off.
Home then will play the Rockies and the Dodgers. And once they get done with the Dodgers toward the end of August, their schedule gets way easier. In September, the Mets are basically playing one team with a winning record other than the Braves, and that's Milwaukee. That's the easiest schedule in baseball in September, but this is a gauntlet they have to get through first.
Neil fouls it off again.
If you expand your lead, well, then you can kind of rest the people who get to September. That would be important with the pitching, especially in the light of the postseason schedule that was announced today, that I think took a lot of people by surprise. We'll talk more about that yesterday.
0-2 count with nobody on, 2 outs in the second, 34 pitches for Strider. See if McNeil's taking his time in the batter's box.
On Friday night, played through it.
McNeil fouls another pitch off, working the count, staying 0-2.
Well, here's the swing there and the reaction of that thumb. Yeah. Just try to thumb a little bit. See, that pitch is the tip of that right thumb. We're playing with a bandage on it ever since this game. Get up and chokes up. That is like another fox.
Come on, Jeff.
I'm sorry.
Get on base here.
Google Nelly Fox.
Another foul off. Not making it easy. He's having a little issue with that thumb right now, with that cut on his hand.
He won the MVP in '59, did he not? When the White Sox won the American League. The Go-Go Sox. Fine fielding second baseman. Always remember him because he had a big wad of chewing tobacco in his cheek in every bubblegum card. But he used a thick-handled bat and he choked up.
Come on, Jeff.
And he was a...
And takes the ball off. 2-1. Oh, 1-2, excuse me.
Back in the day when they
37 pitches for Strider.
Who choked up and slapped the ball around.
No, Mike, I don't know. The metrics say Canada is going to perform. 2-2 now.
We talked about it on the weekend, the fact that the tip of his middle finger in Los Angeles
Mike, how you doing?
one game that played for a month, they were costing some numbers.
Yeah, I don't know. That all seems like the magic touch. Weird.
That's a very good point.
All right, Jeff McNeil got the count 2-2, 38 pitches for Strider with 2 outs in the second.
The grip of the bat, you're swinging at you just put one of those that scar to pull apart, the cut to pull apart.
Jeff stepping out, calling timeout. Yeah, pissing off Strider. New York Mets 28-8 record in series openers this season. Great record in 36 series this year. Up the middle for McNeil, not going to be an easy play. Safe. He is safe. Yes. Good hustle by McNeil. It was a very close play. I don't know if he's safe, but the umpire called him safe. He hustled. Ooh, it looked like a tie. All right, the challenge and a call. Remember, the call on the field is safe. So, look, it's very close. Remember, the call on the field is safe. It has to be undisputable evidence, slow motion. Let's see. Oh, it's a tie. I think he's safe. I don't think it's going to change the call. It's too close. If that call is still a safe call, the Braves lose their challenge very early, and the Mets continue to keep Strider on the mound with 38 pitches. Good hustle by McNeil either way. It looks like a tie. I don't think they can change it. That's close.
Contact with the interior of the glove before the foot.
Yeah, I think that's too close to call.
Overturn. You're right. It's close enough that they might not overturn it.
I think they're going to keep the call on the field. Usually that's what they do when it's really close like that.
More than anybody else. Oh, I got that right.
All right.
I think
Let's see what's going on.
It was over 150.
Yeah, it looks like a tie.
It's just hard to tell, I tell you.
Yeah, they're not going to change it. It's almost impossible to tell.
The field was safe.
If they call them out,
it looked
they
like
would keep
there was
that call.
Air between Jeff's foot and the bag where the ball hit also.
Yep, safe. Good hustle. And now Atlanta has no more challenges. And that is a very interesting challenge.
The Braves lose their challenge in the second inning.
So that's not good for the Braves if anything pops up.
Having a good replay
But what that does, that makes Strider
We have seen
throw at
Chris
least one more
Harrison
pitch.
all the time, the Mets replay coordinator. It's not just knowing whether he was safe or not.
With
it's knowing
Escobar
what it's
coming
like
up,
to get overturned.
I said in the pregame
That's
that
news.
I believe Escobar's going to hit a home run in this ball game.
More successful in their
He needs to step it up here.
challenge.
But that is a huge challenge that didn't go the Braves' way. Now they have no more challenges for the rest of the game. So 2 outs, 1 on, and a hustle by McNeil. Escobar up. See if Escobar can do some damage here. Already 40 pitches in the second inning already. All right, come on. Tim, that's actually a big deal early in the game like that for a close call. Nice slider by Strider. All right, 0-2 to Escobar. Escobar checks his swing, does not go. Yeah, that's the problem with him. He's so much better right-handed this year. It's a problem left-handed. Ground ball should end the inning, and it does. But what that does is give Strider, with that safe call, put Strider at 43 pitches in the second inning. Which, guess what? You know what? That's another thing the Mets do well. If they don't score runs, this is what happens. It's just what it is, you know. And that's always a good sign for the Mets, especially with their offense. They don't score, but what you do is increase the pitch count. And listen, you know, he can come in next inning and throw 60 pitches, and now 3 innings, 60 pitches. So he's not even going to go 6 innings if that's the case. You know, you get him another 20, 25 pitches in the next inning. Well, he's catching up to 70 pitches there. And, you know, for a guy who has been injured in his career, who is still didn't have a lot of innings in his career, they're not going to keep him in late in games just because. And, you know, the Braves do have a very good bullpen, but once again, like you saw in a 5-game series, the Braves had to go to their bullpen in every game in the first 2-3 games of the series, and it hurt him later in the series when you had to use your guys that you counted on a lot more, and also got to use the back of your bullpen who are not the best of the bunch. And that's how the Mets took advantage of it, taking 4 out of 5. So, again, The Mets didn't score, but got his pitch count over 40 in the first 2 innings. Now we'll see if Carrasco can keep the Braves to 0, and see if the Mets can get a run off of Strider, because even though Strider's pitch count is a little high, he's still pitching well and getting out of certain situations. So he's pitching well in the first 2 innings so far. Yeah, Ryan, it's his last year. So once again, guys, thank you for tuning in to Mets versus Braves live stream right here on Talking Mets and Rob. Hopefully you're enjoying the sound of the game on SNY, game day, and of course instant reactions from you guys and myself. No score so far going to the bottom of the second. Strider 43 pitches in 2 innings, and Cookie Carrasco, I believe, had 19 pitches in the first inning, so he needs to have a nice little quick inning here. We shall see. So they're working on Jeff McNeil's thumb, making sure, put a little brace on it, but he is coming back out with no issue. He's a tough guy, so we're not worried about that. Bottom of the second, Mets Braves 0. William Contreras is leading off the second.
Contreras uses Narco as his walk-up music. Hardly seems right. Leading off in the home second against Carlos Carrasco, and he takes a slider out of the strike zone. Contreras DHing today, which was his role in the All-Star game this year, somehow. He's had 217 at-bats. He's hitting .258 with 15 home runs as the backup catcher to Travis d'Arnaud. He's been doing most of the catching for the last
Cookie,
week.
let's go.
Really with d'Arnaud out.
Really holds his hands high, but he brings them down.
It'll be Contreras, then Eddie Rosario, and Travis d'Arnaud for the Braves in the second against Carrasco.
It's a fastball to get the first strike of the inning to 1 count. That is a shot. Might be a home run, and it is. That is a shot by Contreras. Not a good pitch by playing Narco, which is hilarious. So that was just a bad pitch right down the middle, and a shot to dead center for Contreras, giving the Braves a 1-0 lead in the bottom of the second. It's all right. It's 1 run. It was just a pitch right down the middle. You're not going to get it by many major leaguers if you throw that pitch like that. Didn't get it high enough, but that was a good 435, 40-foot shot.
The Braves doing what they do, hitting home runs. Here's Rosario. He takes a slider for a strike. Braves 178th home run. That leads the National League. Compare that with the Mets.
Again, they're a home run hitting team, but you know what? It's a solo home run. You know, nice pitch by Carrasco, 0-2. You know, that's what the Mets did a lot of against the Braves. They gave up home runs, but they were solo shots, a lot of them. So, you know, if you want to give up home runs, you always want to give up a solo shot. You don't want to give up 2-3 run home run. The 0-2 pitch coming to Rosario. Rosario turns on one, and that might be gone as well. And it's gone. Back-to-back home runs for the Braves. That was a really good pitch, but Rosario turned on that ball. That was a really good piece of hitting. Really good piece of hitting. That was not a bad pitch. But he turned on it. 2-0 Braves. Back-to-back home runs. Yeah, I don't know what you can do there. That was a good pitch.
And this is in, but Rosario.
Yeah, he's quick inside.
And he's quick inside.
That was a hell of a swing, man. That was a hell of a swing.
Very quick inside.
His batting average isn't there this year. He's had injuries, but he is very big.
All right, 2-0 Braves. Back-to-back home runs. Nobody out. Darno is at the plate.
And this is good hit here. He had to bring his hands in, see where his arms are, to get the barrel enough there to be through that. He got the head on there. And that ball really carried.
Nice pitch, strike 2. Yeah, right. That's exactly what he does. But again, another solo home run, right?
You gotta tip your hat.
2-0. We'll see what happens. The Mets can come back in this ball game. I'm not too worried about that. Oh, ouch. That hurt. Shit. That's not good. That hit him right in the wrist.
Academy Award performance by Darno. We remember earlier this year got hit by a 50-mile-an-hour pitch from a position player and went down like it was shot. Not this time. And that makes you wonder how the Braves are going to take that.
So it's a little.
Let's
see. Yeah. Right on the wrist. Well, he had him on a 1-2 count. The ball just got away. McNeil was set up on the outside corner, and it wasn't a good pitch. No, he hit Darno. Vaughn Grissom, the youngster that came up, and the Braves brought him up. Carrasco is struggling with control right now. That's clear. No, I agree, Roberto. That's the problem. He's either really good or really bad. There's no in between with Carrasco. But you know what? Let's get it done. Put your foot down. You gotta get it done here. Line drive, 1 out. Hit hard, but right at Jeff McNeil. I agree, man. No, I'm just saying. But it's true. Carrasco is either really good in the start or he's really bad. He's really never he had a good outing. He's either a really great outing or a bad outing. And it's 2 solo home runs. He gives up home runs. That's his MO. But it's only 2 solo home runs. It's not like he loses 6-0.
Having 5 quality starters, we want to make sure that Carrasco is throwing a lot.
Cookie got 36 pitches with 1 out in the bottom of the second.
To that point, if you do in October. That's something the Mets going to have to think about as September goes on. Well,
not getting that slider where he wants it.
About it in his office, he's all for it. He feels that you should not be able to do starters with the guy there.
Come on, Carlos, let's go. Bear down. Can't get that slider. He's just. Oh, Joshua, Jeff's definitely not a New Yorker. Ground ball right on first. He threw it to second base and he tagged him. He made the tag. Whoa, that was dangerous. That was a little scary. Great hand challenge. So no matter what, the ball is out. I think he was out. That was a nice play by James McCann. A little off, but got it done. Nice play by James McCann and a nice tag by Lindor to stay with it. 2 outs. If it was a good throw, he might have got to the overplay. Yeah, that was a hell of a play by Lindor to come back like that. Exactly. This hit challenge no matter what. So 2 outs with Ronald Acuna up. High strikes. All right, Cookie, keep it to 2 runs. Get out of this inning. Trying to keep Harris close at first. Really good spot to steal a bank here with 2 outs. Try to get him score position.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Just go away. Don't rain.
There's a big, big cloud coming over the stadium, which doesn't look pretty.
Edging away from first. 1-1 to Acuna. He fouls it back.
Excuse me.
2. Well, the Braves have scored 2 runs in this game. You know, the Mets right now are on a stretch where they have not allowed more than 2 runs in any game in 8 straight games. It actually ties the longest such streak in franchise history back to the 1969 team. 8 straight games not allowing more than 2 runs. That's impressive. So, this is the limit. Another thought, too, Garen, that 70 and 46. I'm sorry, not 70 and 46. At 75 and 40.
0-2 pitch coming to Acuna.
To win.
And he gets under it and pops it up. Should end the inning. Canada doesn't see it. Oh, no. Oh, boy. That's not good. Not good. Well, 3-0. Braves on. You got to call it an error because Canada lost it in the clouds or the lights. Came in, it should have been an easy out, but that is not what you want right there. Yeah. That sucks. That is not good. I always call that an error. I always call that an error. All right, well, Carrasco's got to throw some more pitches here. Put another man scoring position, 3-0 Braves.
High level for the last 2 months.
Again, you know, you get the pop-up from Acuna, should have ended the inning.
Giving up numerous hard-hit balls, and one that wasn't winds up falling in over the head of Canada. Some rain starting to fall.
And it is a little bit of rain coming down.
Heading for cover.
I don't think if you're the Braves or the Mets, you want that because that might take Carrasco out of the game and it might even take Strider out of the game. Might have a delay, guys.
A lot of folks are moving now. Swanson fouls with a fastball. It's 2-1. Crew chief is time to enter the home cut.
It happens, Delmar, you know. I mean, you lose it in the clouds or the sky or the lights, you know. It happens every now and then, just in a bad spot. All right, so the grounds crew is getting ready. They're probably going to put the tarp on the field. Yeah, I don't think that was lucky, right, Machete?
baseball inside 3-1. It is coming down very hard now. So I'm assuming as soon as this bat is over, they're going to put the top on the field. All right, they're doing it. Yep. All right. Nope. Oh, they are. All right, so we are going to be in the rain delay. Going to be a rain delay now, and that's unfortunate. Normally, it's not a long rain delay because that will affect both starters in the ball game. The Braves do have a 3-0 lead. I'm not sure if they call the game that the runs get wiped out, the game gets wiped out. They got to replay it. I don't remember.
I think because it's not the fifth inning, they got to start it over. But I doubt that's going to happen. Remember, Atlanta has the final say, so the Braves are not going to call this game unless it rains consistently the entire night. Then they probably don't have a choice. But I think when the game starts, it is baseball's choice, not the Braves. So we shall see. But it is a rain delay. Braves lead 3-0. And we just got to wait. I don't know what's in the forecast in Atlanta. Is it going to be let's see. Check the Atlanta forecast. See what it looks like in good old Atlanta. Unless you're in Atlanta and you know the weather. Yeah. See what it looks like in good old Georgia. Well, it says there's 85% chance of rain all the way until 9 o'clock. So we might have about an hour rain delay. They might start around 10. Now, I know that's that southern rain that pops up every now and then. So if you're just tuning in, the game is in a rain delay. The Braves do lead 3-0. It's not an official game. It's only the bottom of the second. Yeah, exactly. Once the game starts, it's up to Major League Baseball and the umpires. So, but again, they're not going to call this game. It's too much of an important game. That would be actually effed up if they call the game again. It would benefit the Mets, but it's not going to happen. It's usually they don't do that unless it's a downpour for too many hours. Yeah, that's the South, Andy. Yeah, exactly, Machete. They're not going to do it. Baseball learned their lesson from a couple of years ago where there was a lot of rain delays throughout baseball, and they called a lot of games with teams winning, but the Braves are winning 3-0. They don't want to lose that lead, and the game has to start over. Well, DeMarco, I don't think either team leaves a lot of guys on bases. Again, both teams are extremely good. Like there's no doubt about that. Oh yeah, Carrasco will come back if it's only 30 minutes as well. It just when it gets into that hour range, that's what you worry about because it's not just only 15 minutes and the tarp's off the field. They probably have to resod, get the mound back ready, put a little bit more dirt and stuff like that. So, Daniel, I did not see lightning, but again, it's very dark clouds. You never know. Ethan, they'll come back if it's only a half hour. They'll both come back. And Carrasco's a veteran. You can put him out there. If you're the Braves, Strider's been sitting down for this bottom of the second for a good 20 minutes, and now he's got to sit maybe through another. He could sit for almost an hour. That's a young pitcher right there. That's not the easiest thing in the world. How many times have he done that in his baseball career? You never know. And the Braves are not going to take chances with Strider, especially with Fried being questionable in this series as well. So they're showing the 86 documentary or the Keith Hernandez documentary on SNY right now. So we're in a rain delay, so you got a lot more of my face instead of baseball. So I guess that's always fun. So now I gotta entertain you guys a little bit. I guess if you want, we can actually put on the Yankee game. The Phillies are playing, right? Let's see. Hold on. The Phillies are winning 4-2. Let's see.
see if I can just put on the game for us. Yeah, let me put on the Yankee game. Just because, well, it's baseball, right? We'll put the Yankee game on. I'll put up Yankees game day for now. Hold on. Give me a second. Blow up the Yankee game for now. Since at least it's baseball. Ryan, I don't have work. But that doesn't mean I don't want to go to sleep either. So I have the Yankees game on and Yankees game day since the Mets are in a rain delay. Let me just put that on so people don't think that I'm trying to like watch the Yankees while the Mets are on.
Not seen from him in his
All right, so when people come in wondering why the Met channel is showing the Yankees game, that's why. So I'll leave that up there. So Yankees are losing 1-0 in the bottom of the fourth, and I'm gonna step away for a second. So listen to the game. Hopefully you guys can hear it. I think you guys can. Joshua, that doesn't make no sense. It's one game. And until you can hit Scherzer and DeGrom, there's a pretty good chance you're probably going to lose 2 of those games. Yeah, Ryan, I get it. Well, I wouldn't be able to stay if I was working tonight either. I would have to be in at 11 o'clock. So. All right, so we're going to listen to the Rays and Yankees and have the Yankees on the game day right now until the Mets come back. So listen up. I'll be right back in about 5 minutes. Enjoy the game.
Line drive. This was a basic. Trivia. 3 pitchers that throw perfect games against the Rays.
Once again, guys, the Mets and Braves are on a rain delay, so we got the Yankees and Rays on right now, just to have some type of baseball going on until the Mets come back after the rain delay is over.
The Rays have only been around since the late 90s. Benintendi. Had a drag one.
Wanda, that's not true. The division is extremely important because you got to get through a wild card series, and you got to play an extra series
just to make the NLDS. So it is a big deal. You don't get that resting period, that break. You got to go right into the wild card series, and there's no guarantee that you're going to win a wild card series, even if it is at all 3 games at home.
Let's score a base hit. Here is Jose Trevino. So the Yankees have 5 hits. Now they change the scoring. It's a sacrifice. 8-1.
Brad, thank you, buddy.
Sacrifice. That's a sacrifice. But it's not.
Well, of course it's a possibility, but one only means 1 game. Listen, if you guys don't take the first 2 series of this game, you're not winning 2 games. If you don't take, you're just not. There's a pretty good chance you're not going to beat up on Scherzer and DeGrom. Excuse me. And it was a nice play by the Rays catcher to get the lead runner at third. It was a good bunt, but that was just an excellent play by the catcher.
Kid could not be called by the Yankees. Here's IKF.
Yeah, they got lucky. Look, listen, they're extremely lucky that they had the performance they had in the first half of the season, or at least the first 2 months. Like they were just world beaters. The first 3 months, basically. No, I still think they would have won the division even if it was closer, because Toronto finds a way to lose certain games, and they're just not at that part, that time yet for them to be extremely good. I mean, the Yankees are really lucky that the Blue Jays aren't playing at least a little bit better. But you can't lose 2 out of 3 against the Red Sox. Dominico, how you doing? IKF with a base hit. And they held him at third base. Bases loaded, 1 out for the Yankees.
This year actually had to be helped back to the dugout. There's an interested observer. Looks like he's okay. Benintendi's at third. Trevino's at second. Kyle Falefa is at first. That's some deep research. You got an entry report on a pitching coach. It's impressive. Thank you. So here's Hicks and back for the double play. 1-0 Rays. Paul, you've been here and done that. After what happened,
Yeah, your boy, yes it does. It will restart if the game is not restarted. It's going to restart. I don't know when, but it will. Well, Ken, I wasn't mad. I don't think that was a bad deal for Cashman. I think he had a young player who he thought was going to be a center fielder for a while, and he just, he got hurt a lot, and that hurt him. I don't think it was a bad idea locking him up, but, it hasn't been a good signing.
On Hicks. Hicks struck out in second. Laboratories on deck. Aaron Judge in the hole. gotta really stay back here, Paul. First pitch is a 70-mile-an-hour curveball, 78-mile-an-hour changeup.
No, Ethan, it has to be a official game for that to happen. Anything after the 5th inning, they can restart the game. They can start the game the next day.
It's softer stuff.
Ground ball, there's going to be a double play. And the Yankees do not score. Oh, that's hilarious. I'm sorry. Oh, man, the Yankees are so bad. Jesus. All right, but yeah, let me just mute it since it's commercial. Yeah, Joshua, like I was saying earlier about the Braves, the Braves, to make any kind of movement closer. Look, they need to come out of this at least 2.5 games out of first place. Again, you're not getting in the division in a series, even if you sweep. Obviously, you would sweep, you'd be a game and a half out. But you have to remember, it's not like you're playing the Mets head-to-head, right? And the Mets are going to be having one of the easiest schedules in September. And like I said earlier with you, the Braves are going to be facing the Phillies, I believe, 7 or 8 more times this year. You're going to beat up on each other, and that's going to hurt your chances of catching the Mets. Unless the Mets go on a 3, 4, 5 game losing streak, which they haven't done all year, except I think they have 1 3-game losing streak all year. You're not going to have a lot of losing streaks when you have Scherzer and DeGrom pitching every 5th day. It's just that simple. So it's the point of this series is more important for the Braves than it is the Mets. The fact of the matter is the Braves have to play extremely good baseball, and the Mets need to have a losing streak of like 4 or 5, and they haven't done that all year. And, could that happen? Yeah, of course it can. But like I said, the Mets take 1 game in this series. The Mets are extremely in the driver's seat because you knock 4 games off the schedule, and you give them, and they only gain 1 game. They only gain a couple of games on the Mets. So that's why it's a tough spot for the Braves. It really is. They had their chances in the 5-game series last week. They had their chances in Atlanta when there was a half a game lead for the Mets, and they blew it. And, if they would have got it closer in that 5-game series, maybe it would be a different story for the series. But they put themselves in a little bit of a hole. You know what I mean? And it happens. Nobody's perfect. Like, it's, the Braves are a really good team, but they could not beat the Mets so far this year. And I'm talking about series. I'm not just talking about a game. Yeah, Andrew. So 9:30. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's like an hour rain delay. So we might start around 9:45 or so. We'll see. So we're going to listen to the Mets and the Rays and Yankees while the Mets are in a rain delay. Exactly, Shane. That's why the Yankees are extremely lucky that there's not great teams in the American League, or they would be looking at a wild card spot. Like, there's a couple of teams, like, there's at least 4 teams in the National League that can legitimately win a World Series. We know who they are. The Dodgers, the Mets, the Braves, and you can even put the Padres since all the moves they made. Who's really a threat in the American League? Houston and the Yankees. And the Yankees haven't been playing like garbage. So.
Nobody in the East has really been hot while they've gone through this struggle.
Well, Howard kept saying when they played that magnificent baseball for 2 months, he said, we're making deposits right now. And there's going to be a time when we're making withdrawals. And they've been doing that. But they've held the lead. Orioles now making 5-2. Top of the 4th inning. The Orioles are very much in it as well. Now, the Blue Jays do come into town for 4 games starting on Thursday, so that'll be interesting. And George Springer just came off the IL.
Could be a double play. No, it's not. I know, PT. It's a tough listen. Good play. Yeah, I agree. I mean, he might be a number 4 starter on the Mets. Maybe. Like, that's how un-ace-like Cole has been. Ruben, Scherzer and DeGrom are set up to pitch in the Yankees series. If there's no rainouts or whatever, if it goes straight through with no interruptions, they're pitching the Monday and Tuesday against the Yankees.
San Diego has lost Tatis, so a lot of things have changed in some teams that had a chance to just walk away with divisions and win World Series.
Well, the Yankees now have the 4th best record in baseball, behind the Dodgers, Mets, and the Astros. So the Yankees are 2 games back of the Astros in the loss column for the best record in the American League, meaning that if those 2 teams are in the ALCS, Game 6 and 7, they'll be in Houston. Not bad.
Yeah, and that's the problem with the new playoff format where that off day in the NLDS and the CS, you have that off travel off day that is going away because of the schedule being a little bit later this year because of the lockout. It's unfortunate because now you're probably going to have to go 4 starters deep, even in the NLDS, because of the fact of the one less off day now. When it's usually on a travel day, now you're gonna have, that off day you can use 3 starters in the NLDS. You can go back to the drama series of whoever pitches game 1 in game 5. There's no guarantee now that you can do that, so that's gonna suck. But I don't like the new format. But they have to, you can't be playing into the middle of November, so that's the whole point with that. Yes, exactly. Arozarena is up right now with 2 outs and 1 on.
I asked Aaron Moore today, have you given any consideration?
Yeah, I don't think Medina is going to be in the playoff bullpen. Williams for sure. He has a 0 ERA since he's been moved to the bullpen. It's amazing. Oh, he dropped it. That was crazy how that happened. He fouled it off and he had it in his chest protector, but it fell out. And that hit his mask. He almost had it too. Oh, that was crazy. I've never seen that before. Oh yeah, in this series, yeah. I agree, Christian. I do think the off days, those buys are gonna hurt a couple of teams for sure. It might help the Mets because we are an older team, and giving rest to our starters is important, but it's gonna hurt somebody for sure. It's no good having 5 days off before a series. The score to making is 3-0 Met 3-0 Braves, but it's in a rain delay right now, so we're listening to the Yankees and Rays game right now. And Cole strikes out of Rosarena to end the inning. So we're back with uh, me again. Hello. So we're in rain delay right now with the Mets and Braves. The Braves were winning 3-0. It was still the bottom of the second. They called the tarp on the field uh, with on a 3-1 count. 2 outs for Carrasco. So still the bottom of the second. It's going to be a long day, long night. Because the game will restart again for sure. Amari, you might have an hour rain delay. Well, again, look, no matter what, Strider has been sitting down longer than Carrasco. Strider, because of the 3-run inning from Atlanta, he's going to be sitting for almost an hour and a half, maybe more, depending on how long the rain delay is. I would not be surprised if the Braves take him out of the game because they can't lose Strider in this rotation. They need him. They can't, mess with him, and he has an injury history, so you got to be careful. But if it's like we'll see. He's going to be sitting down for almost more than an hour and a half or so, because of the long inning from the Braves in the second. So, I would think they would bring him out, but you never know. The Braves, if you notice, they protect their young guys as much as they can. No, Andrew, that's fine. But again, he is. I know it's warm ups, but you're throwing pitches, you're tiring yourself a little bit. Obviously, you guys are in great shape, but sitting for an hour working in the bullpen is not the same as game action. It just never is. Oh, that's a great shirt. That's baseball season. Yeah, I'm actually going, and don't kill me, guys. Don't kill me. I am going to the Yankee game on Friday because they're giving away a John and Susan bobblehead, and it's a limited edition. I'm a big collector of bobbleheads, so that's just a one of a kind bobblehead. It's a pretty cool bobblehead. That's why I'm going. And it's still a baseball game, right? The Mets are on the road. The Mets are in Philly. I will be in Philly on Saturday, but Friday I'm not doing anything, so I might as well just go to the game and enjoy some baseball on a Friday night. You know, Yankee Stadium has a lot more going on outside, so the bar, the restaurants, and stuff like that. So not like Citi Field where there's nothing around except a really good ballpark inside. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not the type of guy who's going to be wearing Met stuff at Yankee Stadium because I hate when fans do that. When they go to they wear Yankee jerseys in Citi Field and the Yankees aren't playing. It's stupid. Like, I go there neutral. Maybe I'll have like a all black Met hat, but nobody really would pay attention because nobody's gonna really look at that. I'm not gonna wear orange and blue and wear Mets crap. It's just stupid. The Mets are not playing. But I watch a baseball game. I haven't seen the Blue Jays in person yet, so that's pretty cool. All right, so turn back to you for doing that.
Well, that's really good for Soroka. It's unfortunate he had to tear that same Achilles twice, but there's no guarantee this guy's going to be healthy. Can he stay healthy? That's the big, big arm that they can get back. But there's no guarantees he's going to stay healthy with that Achilles, man. That's a dangerous injury to have. Surgically repaired twice.
Well, I think for the last week or so, I think we've been talking about it. I mean, guys aren't giving in.
Exactly, Bender. I hate that so much. Like I said, I'll probably have like a all-black Mets cap because why draw attention for no reason? My team's not playing in this game. I'll watch my Mets game on my phone while I'm at the Yankee game. Just it's a great bobblehead. I mean, I don't like the Yankees, but it's a pretty cool bobblehead. So, I got a ticket for like $25 in the upper deck. There you go. Well, DeMarco, it's all analytically driven. No reason why Judge should be batting second. It's just stupid. Judge has been struggling lately. That's crazy, Ken. He's a big dude.
So hard to wait on York. You see Judge way out in front. 70-mile-an-hour curveball. You got Aaron Hicks for the double play on that pitch as well. And obviously no accident by the Rays. The follow beats and gets up there 97, 98. Exactly. Style and diversity really can be effective at times. For me, Paulie, I mean, just watching York over the years, when he throws hard, it's usually a ball hit off the plate. And then cutter slider. He really gets sit soft.
Yeah, that last pitch was intentional. It was a cutter, but it was way outside the strike zone.
And Judge hits it. Wow, that was fair. That's a home run.
If you look at his delivery,
Freaking Yankee Stadium. What a joke.
Right at the end, he starts, and then everything gets quick. And then you kind of jump with him as a hitter, and everything off speed. You're out a little in front.
Change up right off of that fastball. As Judge looked like he was trying to wait on that one.
Excuse me. Well, Cashman likes his puppet. That's why. Strike three.
Gets him on the slow curve. 2 away.
Judge goes down swinging against Yarborough.
Another just swinging curveball, not much on it, but that's the pitch, last homestand. So Aaron Judge hitting the right.
There's always one team that always has a number of against another team. It's crazy.
Yarborough will get you in that position out in front where you do come around the baseball a little bit.
There's Rizzo. He doubled in the first, then struck out in the third. A little bit of controversy in the third.
So, guys, I got kind of bad news. Let me just mute it really quick. Let me just tell you. So, I am actually getting called into work. Think bad of it. All right, so I just got the text. They're calling me into work. So this is what I'm gonna do. I don't have to go in until like 10, so I got an hour. I'm probably gonna miss the start of when the game starts back. But this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna keep the stream on for you guys to hang out. Do what we do when we play the Angels. When we played in Anaheim, I had the stream going even though I had to go to work. So I will keep the stream on. I can change the channel from my phone, from the house, from work. So I'll leave the Yankee game on until the Mets come back, and then I will keep the stream on for you guys for the remainder of the game, and then I can just shut it off from my phone. So I do apologize. This was always an option. I didn't think it was going to happen, but it did. People probably fall out, and my boss, I'm usually the first in line to get a call because I show up. So, all right, guys. So I'll stick with you for another 10 minutes until 9 o'clock, and don't worry, the stream will stay on. 10 members, make sure you keep the stream going and do your thing as you guys always do in the stream. But I do apologize. But you know what? Gotta pay the bill.
You know, if you get overtime, you take it. That's what I see it. So let's continue to watch the Yankee game or listen to the Yankee game for a little bit.
Swing and a miss.
And the inning is over. All right, well, that was no can do for the Mets. I mean, the Yankees, excuse me. Yeah, once again, guys, if you're just tuning back in, I did get called into work. Yeah, Amari, I'm not that guy. Again, look, my boss gives me my vacation, my days off, all the trips that I do during the baseball season. He gives me without any argument. So, when he asks me to come in, it's not every day. I get it. Like I said, I'll take some overtime. I'm not going to complain about it. Just a little bit more money to spend when I go to Miami in September. So, can't complain about that. So, unfortunately, I got to go to work, and we will. Don't worry, the stream will continue. Don't worry. When the Mets come back on, again, I can change the channel on my phone. I can play with the stream on my phone as well. So you're not going to miss nothing. So unfortunately, YouTube is not making me quit my job. Unfortunately, not yet. Might take a little while, but unfortunately, what can I do, right? I got to pay my bills. So again, I'll be with you until 9 o'clock, and then I'll continue to leave the Yankee game on and all that fun stuff. But I just want to check something really quick. I want to make sure I can stop the camera. Can you guys hear me right now? I just want to make sure. If you guys can hear me, I can put the stream on like this. You'll have the logo and the sound. I just want to make sure you guys can hear me without my camera on. Okay, perfect. Good to know. I didn't do that. Oh, there we go. Sorry about that. Yeah, so that's what we're gonna do. So, gonna listen to the Yankee game, put game day up for the Yankees until the Mets start, and then again I'll get an update when the Mets are starting again, and then I'll change it over for you guys with no issue from my phone. So I don't think there's any update. I'm gonna throw in SNY really quick just to see. Yeah, give me 1 second. I mean, they got an alert on the bottom of the screen. Let me see what it says. All right, so they didn't give a time yet, so I'm going to keep on the Yankee game for the time being. All right. Yeah, it's raining a lot in Atlanta. But again, it's the South. Sometimes it just rains for 30 minutes and then we get sun. So thank you, Andy. So that's a good sign. All right, so a little bit after probably like 9:20, they might start.
Steve surveyed the New York Post the Mets released the owner and asked him about it. I said, no, I don't feel bad about the RPA. He said, I just feel bad about one causing the pitcher to draw all those extra pitches.
That's crazy. I mean, Thunder is crazy. Baseball for life. Thank you for subscribing, buddy. The Mets and Braves are in a rain delay, so I got the Yankees and Rays on for the time being. So at least we got some baseball. And we can watch the Yankees lose, which is always fun. So once again, guys, if you're just tuning back in, just so you know, I did get called into work, so I can't stay for the stream, but the stream will go as planned. We're gonna get the TV call, and you're also going to get game day, just not my face and not my instant reactions, unfortunately. So you will get the game. Don't worry. I can control the TV from my phone, so I'll mute it during commercials and all that stuff, and you guys can have fun in the chat and have fun. Just Ken has been here before, and a lot of the members have been here before. When I did the stream without me in it when I was at work, so you guys hold it down. It's usually fun. You guys just do a good job just hanging out and just listening and talking baseball. So unfortunately, duty calls. Nothing you can do. I was on call just in case people called out, and they did. Well, they're taking the tarp off the field, according to Anthony. Andy, excuse me, I'm sorry about that, Andy. Andy, so he got the Braves broadcast, so they're giving a little bit more information. So it takes about 15-20 minutes for to get the field back ready, top off field ready. So I'm guessing around 9:20, 9:30. Joshua, I won't be put dead in that. I'll tell you that. All right, guys. So continue to listen to the Yankees Rays. It looks like the Met game might start around 9:20, 9:30. I'm just looking at the bottom of SNY right now, just to see if they gave an update. I don't see nothing yet, so keep on the 9:10 start. Thank you. 9:10 start. That's pretty good. All right. Anyway, I'm just changing it up so we have an idea.
2017, Michael, that
Can't spell.
Troy was part of the Yankees. He came up for like 6 games.
His first 2 games, the apple got hit, they got something. All of a sudden, he was off.
Thank you for the updates, guys. Thank you. It is 3-0 Braves in the bottom of the second, but it's in a rain delay. 9:10 to restart the game after the rain delay. 9:10 start. Once again, guys, I will be going to work. So I will keep the stream on for you guys once the game starts and control everything from my phone. Joshua, you can think about that. You might have to dream about it because it may happen in real life, buddy. Baseball for life. What baseball team do I hate the most? Well, it's got to be the Braves from all the torturing they've done to me in my lifetime. And, of course, I don't like the Phillies either. So. The Yankees, they're not in my division, but Yankee fans piss me off, so I should say so it's Braves, Phillies, Yankees. Yep, that's just 9:10. 9:10. All right, so I'm gonna put on the SNY right now, just to see. They're doing it. Keith Hernandez video documentary thing, so that's pretty cool. Guys, I'm gonna have to start getting ready, so I'm just gonna put on the Mets game day until it starts, and you can listen to the Keith Hernandez documentary while we wait for the Mets game to start. All right, guys. So thank you for your understanding, and yes, I will see you guys tomorrow, maybe. The day goes, so I'll see you guys later. I'll keep the stream up You can listen to the Keith Hernandez documentary, and then when the game starts, we'll be ready to go. Thank you, guys. Let's go, Mets. Guys, please let me know if you can hear it. I just want to know before I start getting ready. Guys, can you hear the call on the TV?
3 years. Won a World Series. Only won before the 6 rounds. Amazing. That's one I'm very proud of. And also to the gentleman, his wife, Chevy is this one day that you can road this summer. It's one of the road trip. And super adventures.
Go a little farther this summer in a new Chevy. Find new get up and go, find new roads. Enjoy the open road and make no monthly payments for 90 days on all 2022 Equinox models. Plus, get 0% financing when you finance with GM Financial. See your local Chevy dealer.
You shouldn't have to leave your neighborhood to get the best quality care. So we completely changed healthcare for millions of people by moving into Sunset Park and becoming part of the community. Bringing the only 5-star hospital to the heart of Brooklyn.
With Honda, every summer adventure is the destination. Take your adventures far with Honda, America's most fuel-efficient, full-bar auto.
Higher expectations.
Yes, Frank, it was a season of great expectations. Defending world champions, the challenges there to repeat.
Hey guys, just so you know, they're still showing the Keith Hernandez documentary. Approximately 9:10, the game should start.
Most frustrating year because the great camp and Doc had to go in the tank.
See you later, guys. Have a good day.
Before the regular season started, you had Doc going into drug rehab, and one by one, the starting pitchers went down, and it just seemed as though fate had conspired against the Mets in 1987 the way it had for them the year before.
The trouble was, after '86, the expectations now were even higher. They hadn't been there in '86. They developed the work at the start. Now in '87, it really, everyone thinks this is good as 100%. They really should. I mean, they had such an unbelievable talent to start off in particular. They still have the elements later to win. But it just didn't work. The way I took it out, and then got it all covered. Two people were died, anything like that. If we got it, the other side of no time, and I'm going to be good. It was just healthy. We were in the 18 division. You know, better than 80 now. Than you had in 86. But 86 team had no guts. We've never played a little bit about. I just never got one of that. Dodgers beat us. It was been 3 years in a row. Yeah, it's still my cross. Contracts being what they are, and so we was up at the end of '89, and then Gary Quarter's contract as well. We knew this was only going to that season. Pretty good chance that they were both entering their last year at best. Never got hurt the first 15 years. We were able to go to them for first to third, and to go. We knew 89 that breaking we were back and love it. You know, letting them run. I don't care what kind of league that we do. 35 years old, about that. That was a tough thing. I think fans certainly would accept. And we would want to lose, but it was just didn't see it workable. And as that season was ground down, that we put it back to 1990, it turned out it was not. This team, Hernandez, automatic J Stadium. This is what is signed for City Beach and innovation. The acquisition of Pete Hernandez, so that's became a really qualified City Ball Club. Looking fly ball. John Trump is there. They retire Hernandez. Once again, it's a standing ovation from the Royal Ground here at J Stadium. I was good enough to not go for this conference. And everybody gave us very good. Thank you. The contract. When I went to Cleveland and had a 2-year deal, I went to spring training. Oh, God, I'm finished. I couldn't run. I couldn't afford to lose a step. When I think I lost 2 steps with the decap, I realized that it was time for me to pack it in.
Welcome back to
Hey guys, I'm leaving. The game's about to start, so I'll see you later, guys. Enjoy the Mets game.
Carrasco will continue on in what has been a rough start for him so far. Carrasco threw 19 pitches in the first inning. He's thrown 27 more in the second inning, giving up 3 runs, including a pair of home runs. The second one to Eddie Rosario, which is our New York 8-1-1 digging deep moment of the game. Somehow able to get enough barrel on this high inside fastball to hit it out of the ballpark for his 4th home run of the year.
Not the first time this year that Rosario got a base hit on a high fastball. The first week of the series last week at City Field. It was slam into the field. Yeah, the only difference in this pitch, Robert Porter, is that it was away this pitch, but opposite of that level to the ground. Here's the home run today. It's inside, not as high as the pitch off Diaz. And the 6 inches higher might have been a difference. But Rosario Astros will be up there and get that ball out of the ballpark. So for the rough inning for Carrasco, now after the rain delay of maybe an hour, he's going to have to go out there to try to fish off the second inning. Braves have 3 runs in. They have Acuna at second base after his fly ball that Arcana lost either in the twilight or in the lights or in the dark cloud that was passing by. In any event, he got a lucky hit. The Braves got a lucky run. And now Swanson is playing with a 3-1 count. He swings and misses at the first pitch out of the rain delay. A good curveball to make it 3-2. So it's a 55-minute rain delay. We'll see how Carrasco fares from here. We're assuming that Strider will also go back to the mound for Atlanta. He's been sitting for 8 of the long. Brings it down to Swanson, and that's off the plate ball for him under the 3-2 breaking ball. And so the inning continues. It's the first walk of the night for Carrasco. He's also hit a batter in the second. I got Craig Beckman here. Buck with Williams over 2 innings yesterday. It's long man. Letting Carrasco back out there just to draw things. And then after going into that bullpen, Spencer Strider, who worked 2 scoreless innings. There's 43 pitches in those 2 innings, despite facing only 8 batters. Mets continue to run deep counts against him, but he was for well over an hour before
He goes back to the mound. Every team has their own parameters as far as how much work the starter has done. When he pitches, he's throwing how many under duress, and then how long the rain delay is to decide whether to bring their pitcher back. Riley takes the first pitch slider out of the strike zone.
Riley slammed one deep right his first time up the Marte. That nice lunging catch on the right track to give him a bunch of hard-hit balls against Carrasco early in this game. Riley the 8th man up in the inning, batting with 2 out of 2 on the Bowser slot there in 21. You know, it's kind of like starting a freshman in the winter, you know, Carrasco getting thrown right back out there against the citizen of this lineup. You know, you're out for a half an hour. It's like a good start. But you got men on base. Well, in this case, since he wasn't doing all that at all, maybe it's the chance for a fresh start. So no one's going to lose the ball with the high sky right now this time. Slowly hit on the left side. Escobar ranges wide. He goes to the runner and throws out rightly, and that ends the bottom of the second. A 3-1 inning around the rain delay. Now that's going to go back to third down 3-0.
And we're about to see why. See,
Run away from pitching coach and his manager, and it's coming out of the game, and as it goes on, watch him grab his left side like that. And watch also show up and run right to the phone, to the bullpen. If Carrasco has suffered some kind of discomfort in his side, he'll be coming out of the game. And the Mets come back against Spencer Strider, who's been sitting for well past an hour since he threw his last pitch in the second. This is James McCann leading off in the third with the Mets down 3-0. And started yesterday against the Phillies. It's the first time since he's come back from the injury list that he's played back-to-back games. Guillorme Rodriguez is the first man up in the Mets bullpen, and the Mets are going to have to cobble together a LinkedIn relief outing today with their long man, Trevor Williams.
Probably not available, having pitched 2 innings yesterday. 1-2 now to McCann. Let's look at the last pitch by Carrasco, see if we can see anything.
Right there's the grimace.
Yeah.
Casey gets the final out, and that's what it looks like it happened.
Well, you don't know if you felt anything before that.
Right.
I mean, I remember when Max Scherzer suffered his oblique injury earlier this year. He had felt it a few pitches earlier, and then at one point said, "No, it's enough," and took himself out of the game. And as it was, even taking himself out at that point, Scherzer wound up missing 7 weeks. We were just talking earlier tonight about Carrasco and maybe an approaching innings limit and worrying about having him for the postseason and all that. Things change on a dime in this game. We'll wait for a report
to see exactly what is bothering Carrasco, but he is coming out after just 2 innings after coming back following a 55-minute waiver. He got a nice slider to get that time down the bat against 2-2. So we'll see how Strider fares after the break. 43 pitches in his first 2 innings. The middle Marte follow after McCann. Just to really tell us, Ligo is isn't going to have to call COVID injury list. There's no other way around it. It's the injury list where they don't tell you what's wrong. And supposedly they have illness, so I guess you could put 2 and 2 together. Anyway, Ligo was out. So McCann is going to get the point time for the moment. Michael Perez, when the Mets got the cash deal from Pittsburgh right before the trade deadline, he was active as a left-hand hitter, and he was the Michael catcher on McCann.
which means the Mets might pass Patrick Mazeika.
He pitched McCann and drives down the right field line and goes foul. So McCann with a long turn at bat here against Strider continues to have trouble getting the Mets out quickly. He threw 21 pitches in the first inning and 22 more and just 4 batters in the second inning. This game has certainly ended in a hurry for the Mets. It started in pre-game where we found out Luis Guillorme is going to be out 4 to 6 weeks with a groin injury. And now Carrasco. So after this, the change up there. I just wanted to see that one from Strider as he gets the can for the first down. Third strikeout for Spencer Strider, 1 out of the 3rd. That's his 3rd pitch. You can see both is a good one. There's a hard thrower, and that's pretty much for a changeup. Pretty good velocity for a changeup, but then again, it's all about the difference between the fastball miles per hour to the changeup off-speed miles per hour. So it's this changeup 92, correct? So it's, that's a 73. Hill and a line drive off the glove of Boston Riley for an infield hit, moving off the game. It's 2 base runners in this game, both to come on infield hits. Strider starts the second time around the batting order. It takes change up for Strider, so a little bit different game plan now for Strider. He's about to do a single change up of the 79 pitches that he threw against the Mets in his last start. There's still a couple here in the 3rd inning. And it's 3-1. So clearly came back here after the regular with a different game plan. was his 14th big league start, his third against the Mets. He had to get through 5 innings against Cleveland. Scored in 2/3 the first time, 2 2/3 the second. He was at a changeup there. Circle change. 15 pitch. Being off straight pitch is put on the double can. Didn't look very much as the all speed. Got the can out. And what do you think? Strider to change tactics. He had pretty good first 2 innings. The changeup outside is 3-2. I think it's a smart move on Strider's part after the Mets didn't see that pitch involved 8 days ago. He's still with 5% of the time this year. Richard coming down. That's going on the ground. Swanson flying behind the bat. And that's what I'm going to throw away. We've noted this before. The feet of Strider. Very, very peculiar. Almost like speaking the letter L. If you found out how big his feet are, or they're put up on his foot, that's the letter L. I mean, he's not a tall man. He's 6 feet. He's a very powerful arm. The usual body for a right-hand pitcher, but he's got big feet. I would like to see the size of his hands, because a lot of times with longer fingers, they can get a little extra rotation on the ball with the long fingers. Maybe it gets that. There's a one upgrade. This thing, the base of the slider is 1-1. They struck out his first time up. And he takes the slider one way through 1.
Sorry, I missed my cough button. There's the fastball, number 2. NL ranking. He throws hard. We know that.
It's because DeGrom doesn't qualify for the rankings yet. Fastball inside, 3-1. Strider has thrown at least 5 pitches to all but 2 batters so far. This is his 11th batter, 62 pitches.
Was walked away by Strider, was averaged about 3.5 walks per 9 innings in his rookie year. He looked at his players team and they had probably the top 2 rookie of the year candidates in the National League with Strider and Michael Harris. That's an abundance of riches, and now they've got a 21-year-old second baseman, Clark Grissom. This is a very young, talented Atlanta team, and the young starters are tied up for the long-term move. They're going to be facing this quote for long. We'll talk about that. It's a sign of their organization that's not always a minor league system, the scouting system. Just get flat out for that, just first time out. Well, the Mets and Braves are playing here. The Phillies have begun a series in Cincinnati. That game's started at 9. The Phillies lead the Reds 4-3. The Super Reds started that game for the Phillies. So behind early 2-0, but Phillies up the 1-9. We'll pop one up to the shallow center. And Michael Harris waiting for it to come down. That retires aside. So Spence is cleared back into the ring and protects a 3-0 lead.
Well, it was just 10 days ago that the Mets and Braves played a 5-game series. Mets won 4 out of 5. A lot of heroics on both sides, a lot of offense in that series. Then played a series against the Phillies in which offense was at a premium. Well, the Mets were red hot and things went their way. And now, turn the page, we've got a brand new series. Joely Rodriguez comes in relief after Carlos Carrasco left in apparent pain. And we'll get a report as quickly as we can. Joely pitched yesterday 2/3 of an inning.
22 pitches, but back in action today with the Mets getting a lot of bullpen. The final step in camp got it good. Put the gun on his wrist. Felt like that's in the belly. He's on the ear. Kind of up and down here. He did a terrific job of taking the bullpen. In that last home stand, I think they did put together that double header. So the third inning was scoreless. They're not winning again. So the Reds in 4 knocks from behind the plate, and the can just runs out of the room. What is the season series between the Mets and Braves? 7 games to go tonight. That's what they were first to go. Most of them were outside of the fans, but we're coming back because the color bar is just a little bit our graphic. I mean, that was like, the way you used to watch TV at night. You know, broadcast midnight and the station would go off the air and they'd show that the color bar and the test pattern. We're doing that for the 60s to do it. I'm sure all the fans love it for they're more than capital for us. What is good about doing? What if we do this for quality? Also, things like 3 call fast on the outside for our guy. That was just strikes out for the second time. I can't say I just consider the way it was the first to the plate.
Well, Contreras hit a bomb to dead central back in his first at bat last inning. I mean, John is so creative; he can do those dual images. Maybe you could have Diaz and Contreras together, walking up to Contreras' music. I don't know. I'll leave that in his cinematic hand. Well, how about they both face each other in the ninth? What's going to go on? So you're saying they would play Contreras' music, but Diaz would think it was his. Contreras homered his first time up today. They played another rendition of Narco as he was circling the bases. Home run was Contreras' 16th of the year. Came leading off the second. A change up down from Rodriguez, 3-0. Eddie Rosario then followed with a home run of his own, and the Braves were off and running. So Carrasco threw 51 pitches in 2 innings, 3 runs, 4 hits, 1 walk, 1 strikeout, a hit batsman, 2 home runs, but of greater concern, the fact that he was holding his left side as he headed down the tunnel. Contreras takes ball 4, so a 4-pitch walk to the Braves DH. So 1 out and 1 on. Here's Rosario, who gave just his 4th home run of the year. It's an awfully difficult year for Rosario. Last year's NLCS MVP, this year started the season, couldn't see well, and got off to a horrendous start, wound up having eye surgery, and missed a couple of months. It's taken him a while to rev himself back up. But he had a pretty good series against the Mets in New York, and a home run his first time up today, and now trying to butt his way on. And then found McCann again. Another ball found him. But it rains and pours, Keith. Yep. I never called.
It is
To the Minute Baseball chatter as our insiders share their opinions on the latest Mets and Yankees news. Baseball Night in New York, presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers weeknights at 6 p.m. only on SNY. Pete Alonso leads off in the fourth inning against Spencer Strider, who's allowed just 2 hits over the first 3 innings, but has thrown 65 pitches in those 3 innings. And since our graphics machine apparently suffered a very serious injury and is currently being evaluated, I believe it's going to get an MRI.
It's crashed. Garrett's crashed.
What does that mean? See, I hear that term all the time referring to computers and other equipment. Crash to me is like you hit your car against another car's bumper. That's a crash.
Right? When a computer goes down, it crashes.
I understand that, but why do they call it crashing? Why don't they call it malfunctioning?
I'm not going to waste too much energy on that.
A failure of bits and bytes. To Alonso, who struck out his first time up. In any event, our graphics machine is not working. So there are no graphics on your screen. Other than the scorebook has survived the graphics crash. Separate mechanism, I'm told.
I'm learning so much about production. I was always told to stay out of production.
Well, sometimes your input is required just to keep the show on the rails. Sliding off the play from Strider, 1-2 to Alonso with Vogelbach and Cannon to follow as Mets try and get something started.
Remember, we were concerned that we thought it was not such a great crowd. The stadium is pretty full.
Well, it is Charlie Morton bobblehead night, you know. Morton will pitch tomorrow night for the Braves. And a good slider by Strider to strike out Alonso for the second time. That was a strikeout for Strider.
Same pitch. He got
For some reason, he's out in front of sight. This goes up, it's almost a 0 strikeout. So fastball in, and then let's take a little bit off that slider. So we'll have another line at that. So he's over there doing it. It's 3 close to the other 7.
Reports. Steve, you have a report?
No, that's it. That's all I wanted to talk about.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't.
Thanks for checking in, Steve. Wayne says hi.
You know, we talk so much about the communication on this team, and you guys mentioned that last inning that quite literally Spencer Strider's changing up the program by throwing the changeup, which he didn't really do in his last start against the Mets. Well, Daniel Vogelbach was waiting for all the guys as they came off the field and said, I was watching the video, that changeup moves just enough, just a little bit to get right underneath the bat. So while everybody was out in the field, Vogelbach was watching the video and taking notes for his teammates.
He flies one out to right, and Acuna comes over to get it. 2 out.
I thought he got that one a little better than that. That was a dumb line.
Thanks for that report, Steve, by the way. It wasn't quite up to the caliber of rain delay theater that we've expected over the years, so it wasn't bad.
Nothing really is, though, Garrett. You know, you can't hold yourself to that standard.
Slipping. So 2 out and nobody on now. Marcana popped up to short his first time up. Strider so far is having his most efficient inning. Gets a first pitch slider in for a strike. Threw 65 pitches over the first 3. Just 9 pitches now in the 4th. And trying to get away easy here after a string of long at-bats early in the game. He misses inside with a changeup, and it's 1-1. I thought the Mets held their tongues really nicely after Strider made those comments after his last start about the Mets being lucky. There was more talk of that ilk coming from the Phillies yesterday.
Yes.
And Jeff McNeil said, hey, it's a hit.
Well, yes, Jeff will be the first one to attest to that.
Exit velocity does not equal hit.
Right.
It equals hit.
And you know what? What's your back?
It's a big 3 right there. How about that? It's a big
Oh, look at this GIF. It's KISS. FWFW.
ROTFL.
You see my IM?
TLDR.
What?
Too long in red.
Okay.
We don't need any more acronyms, but we can all use more ways to save.
Yes, YOLO!
Switch to Geico for more ways to save.
The beach, the shore, the mountains, the open road, or no road at all. Let Ford take you there, because we've got an SUV that's into whatever you're into, with the features you need to get where you want to go. There's even a car with its own soundtrack. Wherever you're headed this summer, get there in a new Ford. Right now, first responders and military personnel can get $1,000 appreciation cash. For details, visit buyfordnow.com. Some banks give you credit card rewards, but if you
Watch live Mets games, SNY programming, and original content anytime, anywhere, on any device with the SNY app presented by CarShield. Scan the code and download now. On the fourth inning, Joely Rodriguez out for a second inning of relief. We'll face Travis Darno, who got hit on the arm by a pitch his first time up, and he takes the fastball for a strike. Joely being asked to do a little extra today, 22 pitches yesterday, and has to work a second inning today through 13 pitches in his first inning. And a late swing by Darno on a hard fastball. It's my job is to prepare for the worst possible thing. And he would say, if Carlos Carrasco gets hit by a line drive in the second inning, what am I going to do today? And so he had a game plan.
Pick them up in that fashion, you can make minor league deals. Going inside to Harris, one of them. Got the right-hand hitters after Harris, so this might be Joelly's last batter. Knocks that one.
Day again.
Adonis Medina comes out of the Mets bullpen to try and get Ronald Acuna with a runner at 3rd and 2 out. 3-0 Braves in the 4th.
He had a 1-2-3 inning in that 10-2 victory the last game in that Reds series.
And Acuna takes outside ball 1. Acuna hit the flat ball to left. It looked like it was going to be the 3rd out in the 2nd. Look at the improvised graphics that we've come up with. Since our graphic machine is still very much under the weather.
It crashed.
Grounded foul. Acuna got credit for a double on that ball that Campbell lost in the sky. Lights, twilight, cloud.
I think twilight.
Yeah. One way or another, it landed behind him and it scored a run. It was the 3rd Atlanta run. 1-1 from Medina. And the fastball upstairs, 2 balls and a strike. Adonis has pitched well in his limited outings with the Mets. Back and forth. Three and 2 now to Acuna. Swanson would be next. Grissom at 3rd with 2 out. And Acuna rifles one in the left center for a base hit. That'll get a run in. Grissom scores. Acuna to 2nd. He slides in safely with a double. His 2nd double of the night, his 2nd RBI. It's 4-0 Atlanta.
Slider. Flat slider. Didn't break much. Acuna all over it. Just a laser. Nice play by Cannon.
Acuna, over these last couple of weeks now, is red hot. He had been struggling for the better part of 2 months. And until that series against the Mets, that started him going. He had a great road trip, and now he's 2 for 3 with a pair of doubles today. One fortunate, and that one well earned. There's Swanson, who's doubled and walked, and he swings and misses at a changeup. 0-1.
Acuna knows this is a double written all over it.
Swanson was the man at the plate when the rains came in the 2nd inning. We had a 55-minute rain delay. Carlos Carrasco came back from the rain delay, walked Swanson, got Riley in a ground out, but then left the game at that point, going down the tunnel, holding his eye. And the Mets have had to improvise out of the bullpen from there. And the breaking ball misses inside to Swanson, 2-1.
That's very good improv, guys.
So what John did is he took the side of the scoreboard at Truist Park and superimposed it on our air on the side, making it look like just a newfangled way of running our graphics. See on the left side there, that's the strip of stats that we have purloined, or maybe just borrowed. And there it goes. On the side.
The Purloined Letter, Sherlock Holmes. It's one of my favorite short stories.
Swanson hits one into center field. That's a base hit, and that'll play a run. Cunha to score. Swanson stops at first, his second hit of the day. That drives a run to make it 5-0 Atlanta. So the Mets' best efforts to stem the bleeding in this game have gone awry. Wants the ball away, and it comes right down the pipe. And Swanson just covers it. One of the oddities in the season series this year between the Mets and the Braves is that most of the games, at least early on, have been very lopsided. That's how average right around 6 runs per game.
It showed me something what they did when they left New York. I mean, they were looked demoralized and battered and beaten after that 5-game series in New York, losing 4. They went on and swept Boston. That first night in Boston, they had an off day, and then they won in extra innings. And then they continued to sweep in Fenway, and then Miami swept the 4, sweeping a doubleheader in that series.
There goes Swanson. The pitch goes to the backstop, and Swanson's got a stolen base. 15th of the year for Swanson. And the Braves are putting the pedal to the metal.
Well, the Braves know one thing. You take it one day at a time here. One game at a time. Most important game is the game today. But don't you think that the Braves aren't aware of who's pitching game 3 and 4 in this series? That would be Scherzer and DeGrom. And there's a sense of urgency here. This game in particular, probably tomorrow too.
This is strike 3 and 1. Taiwan Walker tomorrow against Charlie Morton. Scherzer faces Jake Odorizzi on Wednesday, and then DeGrom Thursday against maybe Max Fried if Fried is sufficiently recovered from his concussion. And Riley swings and misses at a good changeup, and it's 3-2. Medina just trying to put this inning to bed with Swanson at second and 2 out. And Riley hits a ground ball to Escobar, stabs at it, and throws it out. That retires the side. The Braves tack on.
to follow after McNeil, who's now hit in 16 of his last 17 games. And the only reason he had a 13-game hitting streak end is because he came out of that game Friday after just one at bat when he cut his thumb. He launches this one out to right center field. Back goes Acuna in the gap, and he won't get it. It's off the base of the wall. McNeil hustling to second. He's around second as the ball gets by the man, and he'll end up at third base.
What hustle.
Well, McNeil showed his hustle yesterday when the Phillies lollygagged in center field. This time, Acuna's throw trickled away from the rookie Grissom on the rebound. The news earlier, Luis Guillorme, groin injury he suffered yesterday, turned out to be a moderate strain. The typical recovery time is 4 to 6 weeks. So for the moment, Escobar is back to being the everyday third baseman. Rolls one to the right side, that'll get the run in. Grissom throws out Escobar, and the Mets are on the board as McNeil comes home to score to make it 5-1.
What's that in the scorecard here? The ground ball?
4-3.
Okay, so it was second base.
Yeah.
I just, if you don't take note of the shifts, you can get it wrong.
Yes, you can. Never know when that third baseman's going to sneak over to the right side. So Escobar drives in his 44th run. 5-1 Atlanta, 1 out and nobody on. Now James McCann, who struck out his first time up. Well, with Strider up to 83 pitches.
And he serves it out like he's serving, like a serving tray.
One does.
And then he brings it back in.
Miller rolls one down to Olsen at first, and that retires the side. Mets scratch out a run after McNeil's double. Halfway through, Braves lead 5-1.
Olsen's been up twice, struck out both times against two different pitchers, swinging against Carrasco in the first, looking against Rodriguez in the third, now facing Medina in the fifth. And Olsen swings through a Tallers had a few in this game. Did Escobar get wondering if he... Let's watch him finish this play, Gary. On the run, throwing. It's his left side that has been troubling him. He seems to be all right. Yep. Anyway, because of all the publicity surrounding the song, Marco, apparently on Spotify, it was up to number 5. This is a song that came out 5 years ago, and all of a sudden it's a hit again because of Diaz and because of all the. is visiting the Reds, trailing 2-1 in the third, but with the bases loaded, and Edmundo Sosa comes through with the base hit to left. Real Muto scores, Castellano scores. That made it 3-2 Phillies, and they go on to win it, Gary, 4-3.
Noah Syndergaard getting the win for the Phils tonight. Colin McHugh, former Met, on to face the Mets in the sixth. Starling Marte, first pitch swinging, fouls off the cutter, 0-1.
He pitched twice, had 2 appearances in that series in New York against the Metropolitans.
41st appearance for McHugh in his first year back in his home territory in Atlanta. And he misses low with a slider, and it's 1-1. Spencer Strider threw 87 pitches over 5 innings, 1 run, 3 hits, 1 walk, 4 strikeouts. And now the bullpen for the Braves will have to get 12 outs. Marte hits one out to center, chasing Harris back, and he makes the play, 1 out. Marte is retired, 1 away. And now Francisco Lindor, who's been up twice and flying out both times. Colin McHugh made his big league debut with the Mets in 2012. Pitched a gem of a game his first time out as a starting pitcher against the Colorado Rockies. That's what then traded him to Colorado for Eric Young Jr. And he's since gone on to a long and very successful career with the Astros and last year with the Rays. And now at age 35, bouncing to Atlanta. It's that good cutter, which has become his primary pitch. 1-1 to Lindor. Alex Torres and his protective hat. He can roll ball pitching for the Mets. I wonder if the Kevlar insert interferes with the pitch count.
Well, I'm sure it's on the other side of his head, and it doesn't look as it's inconspicuous. The other hat there was ridiculous.
And that was part of it, guys. When his teammate brought it to him, he said that the first thing he wanted to do was make sure that he didn't notice it when he was pitching. And obviously that Alex Torres protection was very bulky. And, he actually referenced that, saying that's not something that he thought was very practical. But he does think that this is something that eventually could take off because of how inconspicuous it really is.
Well, you would have to think that a guy like Chris Bassett, who got hit in the head by a line drive last year, would be interested in something like that. And, for every pitcher, it's not something that's necessarily front of mind, but it's always there. Alonso was struck out twice by Strider, both times on sliders. Now facing McHugh. Gets a breaking ball and pulls it down to third. Riley's throw across the diamond is true, and McHugh has come on and pitched the 1-2-3 top of the sixth. That keeps it a 5-1 Atlanta lead. Travis d'Arnaud leads off against Adonis Medina in the home six. Medina's already worked an inning and a third in relief. Carlos Carrasco leaving because of injury after 2 innings. Joely Rodriguez picked up from there, and now Medina trying to cover the middle of this game. 2-0 to d'Arnaud. Do you think we're unapologetic?
No. I have no reason to apologize.
Well, then you are unapologetic, if that's the case. D'Arnaud fouls back a high fastball, 2-1. I mean, we sometimes get ourselves into little jams here and there.
Well, you never do.
Well,
You're an old pro.
it's a team game.
You know when to pull your horns in.
It's a team sport, this television effort. This is not radio. Nice backhand by Escobar, but he can't recover it in time. But d'Arnaud's got the infield in.
See how I'll charge that in there.
I don't think that's a hit.
That's a tough error. I would rule it in there because of the high hop.
Official score is fake with his mind. Trying to find something he won't have to apologize for. My point to you, Keith, is that sometimes we get into jams, and if we make a factual error, we generally would apologize for it. You're going to charge an error to Escobar, so you are correct. And I apologize for saying it should have been a hit.
Oh, no care. I've been around baseball more areas than you love baseball. Your playing experience with Little League, right? Never advanced.
Not very good at it either. but however, I will say this: I've watched more games from this perspective.
Yes, you do.
Oh, no fooling. So, no fooling. We all have our areas of expertise, but that's not really what I was talking about. I was talking about the opinions that one might express, and whether one needs to make amends for anything, or whether one just lets it ride. When you put something out in the public air and maybe it doesn't get received as well as you might have hoped. Like when for instance, if I mention a no-hit bid while it's going on, because that's my job,
right?
And then people think that we're jinxing it.
Oh, how about wonder if d'Arnaud will be on his horse here, 5-1.
Coming off a leg injury, I think not. It was Lonzo that d'Arnaud got tangled up with on that play at the plate in New York when he tried to make that leaping, spinning tag. Not going, and it's ball 4, so Chris was on base for the second time. It's a really remarkable play that d'Arnaud made. Sure was, to try and make that tag. He wound up being safe, but that led to the injury that kept d'Arnaud out for a week, just making his return tonight.
That brings up a point I want to make. I mean, I did not see the game. I had to see it on highlights. The first game when the Mets lost, on the throw from Marte to Nito at home,
And I read the game story, and the game story, one of the game writers wrote that Nito misplayed and got the in between hop. And when I saw it again for the first time, the first thing that came to my mind, and after the pitch, was that Nito, if there hadn't been the rule, the Posey rule, where you can't block home plate, Nito was in front of the plate. The throw came from right field. He could have moved back into front of home plate and got a long hop, and then got clobbered. And it probably would have been out. But he couldn't do it because of the rule.
Well, he said afterward, Nito said that he should have done that. That he should have backed
Would that have been
as long as the throw takes you into blocking the plate, you're allowed to.
Okay.
And go where the throw takes you. So, yeah, so he could have legally backed up and played for a longer hop. I think he just didn't realize how much time he had. Check swing foul by Harris 1-2. And I think that was his point. If he had realized that the runner was not as close to him as he thought, he would have taken the time to back up, play the longer hop, and try to get it that way.
It's just more new rules.
They have been enforcing the plate block rule recently, and there was one the other day that was just egregiously bad. The catcher had his. That's line to the middle base for Harris. Darnell's going to come around third and head home. The throw by Nimmo is cut off. And so Michael Harris adds an RBI single to make it 6-2 on Atlanta.
That's a pretty impressive base hit right there.
Is that a Keith Hernandez model glove? No. Medina has number 17 on his glove. Maybe he just wants to be like you.
I doubt it. Who would want to be like me?
I mean, I know that your number is retired from uniforms, but not necessarily from gloves. The swing by a good. By the changeup, makes me wonder if Medina somehow was tipping that pitch. Well, the Braves keep adding on. This game is about to get completely away from the Mets. They're going to play the infield back here. Because that's who I know. There's nobody out.
Michael Gibbons is up in the Mets bullpen. So they're conceding the run. A little bit of a white flag. I would think so. One of the top two guys in the Braves batting order have a big night. Acuna, 3 doubles, 3 RBIs. Swanson's 2 for 2, a single, a double, a stolen base. He's driven in a run. And that's backhanded by McCann, ball 1. Well, the Mets had put together 8 consecutive games where they had not allowed more than 2 runs and tied a franchise record set back in 1969, but it has been broken emphatically on the Braves tonight. Swanson fouls back a fastball, and it's 1-1. Harris at third, Acuna at second with nobody out. And Swanson lays off the slider, and it's 2-1. Medina and McCann get on the same page. And Swanson has one back up the middle. That's a base hit. That'll score Harris and Acuna, and the route is on. Third hit, 3 RBIs for Swanson, 9-1 Atlanta. There goes Buck. Now the changeup looked like here. Was that a fastball? Not sure, but it just flattened out. No sink to it. The Phillies get the score easily with his speed. So the Braves have scored 4 runs without an out being recorded in the 6th. 9-1 Atlanta. Pitching change for the Mets.